Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting for October the 3rd. October, right? Wow, did that slip up on anybody? And here we are. So if we could have a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Supervisor Bohn? Aye. Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Good morning.
Supervisor Madrone?
Present.
Thank you.
All right, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. All right, CAO Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Madrone. There are a couple modifications today. Item I-1 will be heard immediately following the 10:30 time set, with item H2 following. Time permitting, we hope to hear both of these items before the 1 p.m. time set for closed session. Should we not be able to accomplish that, then item H2 will follow closed session. In addition, item G4 will be pulled from the calendar altogether.
All right, thank you very much for those updates, and hopefully you're taking notes if you want to know the schedule there. And so we're going to go ahead and start out with our consent calendar. Does any board member have any clarifications or issues with the consent before we jump in? And we've got a lot of proclamations and resolutions today. So any clarifications from the board? Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and start with our proclamations, and then at the end of all that, we'll take public comment. But during the proclamations, we usually allow those that are here for that proclamation to come up and speak on that item as well, just to be clear. So our first one is to proclaim October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Humboldt County, sponsored by Supervisor Bushnell, but I believe it's going to be Supervisor Bohn that's going to read the proclamation. Supervisor Bohn. Mike?
As you guys all know, there's a lot of stuff going on this month in regards to cancer awareness in October. You got to see everybody trying to run around to get their pink ribbons and stuff on today. So anyway, the proclamation, and I'll have a few words to say, of the Board of Supervisors. Whereas breast cancer is an epidemic that will strike 1 of 8 American women in their lifetime. Whereas breast cancer is the most common form of cancer among women, and while the risk increases with age, even younger women can be affected. Whereas it is estimated that 297,790 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the United States in 2023, and which effectively not only the patient, but their family, employer, and friends as well is affected. Whereas although breast cancer remains the second leading cause of cancer death among American women, mortality rates are declining due to better treatment options, early detection through self-breast awareness, routine clinical breast exams, and mammography. Whereas on the state and county level, breast cancer has been identified as a priority women's health concern, and whereas the Independent Physicians Association, Mad River Community Hospital, St. Joseph's Hospital, Redwood Memorial Hospital, Humboldt Radiology, the Humboldt Community Breast and Gen Health Project, the American Cancer Society, and the Cancer Detection Program believe it is in the best interest of all women, men, and families in Humboldt County to join together to promote greater awareness about breast cancer, early detection, prevention, and treatment. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt hereby proclaims October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and urges all community members to discuss prevention and early detection measures with the healthcare provider, with their healthcare provider. Those discussions will save lives.
Great, thank you.
Should I move it?
Yes, please.
I move the proclamation.
We'll do it all together as the consent.
We'll do it all together.
All together.
With that, there's a couple things I'd like to announce. I know Karen Clower and the Cancer Crusher team, who I've been honored to be involved with for 11 years, just had our 10th gala, I believe, have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for local families and St. Jude's. And they have partnered, you will have seen, and they're already all out, they have partnered with Recology to put out pink refuse cans in Fortuna. They rolled out in Fortuna first, coming to Eureka and coming to the unincorporated area. You pay $100 a year, And that's separate from everything. It doesn't take off your bill or anything else. You're just letting people be aware that you know this is a situation that you have donated to. So you get to let all your neighbors know, go, look what I did. So, and with that, and then Saturday night, the American Cancer Society and our local Discovery Shop on F Street there are having their annual fundraiser at the Elks. And you can look up the Discovery Shop for times. There's a phone number on there. There's tickets available. So if you have time, it would be great to have your participation. I know the Cancer Crushers are pulled pretty thin on Saturday and everything else, but I think this is a important event. So I've been involved with it for a few years. And then at the end of this, you guys, don't forget, we can get breast cancer too. So remember that, and that's something to be aware of, because out of that, it is a real thing. So with that, I would love to have the Cancer Crushers come up.
To receive it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. I'll take it to them.
Yes, you get in there too. You want me to get a picture for you? Oh, I don't have my, sorry. Musical chairs. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn and members of the board.
There you go. You're on.
Oh, thank you. Again, thank you, Supervisor Bohn and members of the board. I'm Karen Clower, and today I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the California Cancer Crusher. Every 2 minutes in the United States, somebody receives a breast cancer diagnosis. It's local nonprofits like the Breast GYN Health Project and the California Cancer Crusher that fill resource gaps in our community. The Breast GYN Health Project, through their cancer support groups and other valuable services, provide resources to those who have received a breast cancer diagnosis. The California Cancer Crusher is a local nonprofit whose mission is to make a difference in the lives of children and families affected by cancer in our community. A few ways we do this is through our support and partnership with the Breast GYN Health Project, the American Cancer Society, and the California Cancer Crusher Local Assistance Program. This program provides local assistance to families to offset the financial burden that cancer places, whether it's through lost wages, travel expenses, or other costs associated to treatment and healing. In 2023, so far to date, the California Cancer Crusher has provided assistance to more than 49 local families. 37% of those families have received a breast cancer diagnosis. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and this is how you can help. You can attend and visit the local businesses in the Sales for Survivors campaign through the Breast GYN Health Project. All proceeds benefit the Health Project. You can visit the Fortuna Police Department and purchase a pink badge pen. You can visit Humboldt Bay Fire and purchase a limited edition breast cancer awareness t-shirt. All proceeds benefit the California Cancer Crusher. And thanks to Recology, those who live in Fortuna have a unique opportunity to show their support by making a $100 annual donation to the California Cancer Crusher. This donation replaces their gray trash can with a pink ribbon can showing their support. All proceeds benefit the California Cancer Crusher's Local Assistance Program and Scholarship Fund. I'd like to extend a thank you to Supervisor Bohn for all of his support. He attended and auctioneered our first event more than 10 years ago and has not missed an event since. So thank you. And then thank you to your board as well for supporting Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Cancer Crushers. Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Rose Gail Zolik, and I'm the Executive Director of the Breast and GYN Health Project. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for putting forward the Breast Cancer Awareness Month proclamation, and Supervisor Bohn for reading it. And thank you all for approving it and moving forward with it. As I think about Breast Cancer Awareness Month, there are 3 key things that I'd like to highlight: breast cancer early detection, cancer survivorship, and our caring community. Regarding breast cancer early detection, this is a reminder that just being aware of our bodies is our first line of defense. Breast exams with healthcare providers is the second, and breast cancer screening with mammograms is the third part. Recently, experts changed their mind and they decided that mammography screening should start at age 40. It's been confusing for decades, so now it's age 40. If people have a healthcare provider, they should discuss when and how often to have those mammograms. And if people don't have a healthcare provider, which sometimes it's hard in our community right now, if they have breast health concerns, I encourage them to call the Breast and GYN Health Project, where all of our services are free, and we will help people find a healthcare provider and get that mammogram. Regarding cancer survivorship, as cancer treatments change and people live longer after a diagnosis of cancer, how we think about our lives changes. At the Breast and GYN Health Project, cancer survivors helping those who are newly diagnosed is a key part of our work. Helping people cope and thrive in their own unique way is a big part of how we support them. Lastly, Humboldt County has an amazing, caring, and generous community. This proclamation highlighted numerous entities that provide support. Because a cancer diagnosis certainly changes people's lives and can often cause financial hardship, I want to thank the Cancer Crushers, Seas Community Fund, and Union Labor Health Foundation for also providing financial and other resources for people in our community facing cancer. With this proclamation, I want to thank the supervisors for reminding people that there is hope and support when one is diagnosed with breast cancer. Let's honor the survivors, remember those who are no longer with us, and I really appreciate the opportunity to gather together and recognize the impact of breast cancer in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank K-Mud Radio for their half-hour session in the news last night. They devoted the entire half hour to breast cancer awareness. So thank you, K-Mud, for that wonderful community service. All right, so with that, we're moving on to item number 3, which is North Coast Stand Down Resolution. And again, Supervisor Bohn.
Come on up, kiddo. So again, it's stand down time, happening in Ferndale. It's the resolution of the Board of Supervisors. Whereas on October 5th, 6th, and 7th, 2023, the North Coast Stand Down will take place at the Humboldt County Fairgrounds. And whereas the purpose of a stand down is to reach out and provide a hand up to local veterans and their families. Whereas the term stand down is a military one that is used in war times when exhausted combat soldiers requiring time to rest and recover were told to stand down and were taken from the battlefield to a place of relative security, safety, where they could get rest. Whereas today, stand downs are held across the country as a grassroots community-based events designed to help veterans obtain information about and access to medical, employment, social services, legal, and other types of assistance. Whereas approximately 1/3 of American adult homeless population have served their country in the armed services, and whereas the North Coast Stand Down is committed to providing access to additional short-term and long-term resources, including shelter for the weekend and opportunities to begin drug, alcohol, and recovery. Whereas, like the North Coast Stand Down, the most effective program for veterans are community-based nonprofit, Veterans Helping Veterans. Whereas the 2023 Stand Down will make a positive difference in the lives of local veterans and their families and raise community awareness of the needs of soldiers returning from active duty. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and commends the 2023 North Coast Stand Down committee and volunteers for their efforts to address the needs of veterans on the North Coast and encourages all North Coast veterans in need of services to attend the stand down. And thanks for being here. I don't know if I've ever missed one, and look forward to it every year because you call me and tell me to be there, but no. No, it's a great event, and this is a good time for me to shout out to all of our programs that the county offers. DHHS is there, Enforce, Health Services, a myriad of Humboldt County services are available as the Veterans Affairs and all of that is there for 3 days. So it's a great event. Open Door, Providence. I mean, it's amazing how many people. Sons of Italy comes out and cooks a meal. There's a lot of donated time and materials given to our veterans. So I really, really appreciate it.
You want to go down and present? No, okay, go ahead.
On behalf of the Humboldt County Department of Health and Human Services Veteran Service Offices, I'm accepting the proclamation as all board members were already in so deep trying to get prepped for this 3-day event, they weren't able to attend. So they've asked me to give you a list of some of the different providers that will be present. Again, the dates is October 5th, 6th, and 7th with a barbecue on Saturday. There will be a job fair for veterans only on Thursday from 10 to 2 at the Eureka Veterans Hall. Some of the services and providers who will be at this year's stand down include clothing, camping gear, surplus, massage, chiropractic, acupuncture, sweat lodge, legal services, public defender, 2 dental vans for free dental care, VA mobile van, VA vet center van, VA San Francisco healthcare system, and the Eureka VA health system. Diamond Detox, Gideon, haircuts, also veterinarian services and grooming, public health, EDD, Area 1 Agency on Aging, VA home-based primary care, and many more. I'm leaving flyers at the back if anybody's interested in learning the bus routes to how to get to the stand down, as well as if there's any further interest in volunteering. I would direct everybody to the northcoaststanddown.org website so that they can learn more and be able to reach someone individually. On behalf of my office, the Veteran Service Office, we're encouraging all veterans to come out. If they haven't already done so, to please bring their DD 214 member 4 so we can now add veteran to their California driver's license, which, as all know, does help with recognition as well as helping to get the support from the state of how many veterans actually live in our county. Also, we encourage veterans to come out and learn if the PACT Act will have an impact on them. Our office will be present, as well as the Del Norte CVSO office will be present. We also encourage all board members to please come out. With you generally comes the media, and the stand down really could use your attention and your support.
Thank you very much. And, well, let's all give applause for our veterans. And Supervisor Bohn will bring you the resolution.
Yeah, I know. I like you better in person. All right. Thank you. I'll see you there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to move on to item number 4, which is proclaim the Year of Rotary in celebration of the centennial of Rotary Club of Eureka. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. We have some members of the club. Feel free to come on up. All right. Whereas the Rotary Club of Eureka, California was formed in the year 1923, 100 years ago, and has since sponsored the formation of Rotary clubs in Arcata, Fortuna, Crescent City, and Southwest Eureka, has assisted in the formation of the Rotary clubs of Fort Bragg, Fortuna Sunrise, Ferndale, Old Town Eureka, Arcata Sunrise, and Mad River, has sponsored the Eureka High Excalibur Club from 1926 to 1945, the Eureka High Interact Club, 1969 to present, and Lost Coast Rotaract, 2009 to present. And whereas throughout the years, the Rotary Club of Eureka has generously sponsored and contributed to many worthwhile projects in our community, such as disaster relief, local and international, food security, healthcare enhancements, elimination of polio, educational support, environmental improvement, and international cooperation. And whereas the club contributed financially to the Humboldt Room at the Humboldt County Library, the Clark Historical Museum addition, the Morris Graves Art Museum, the Community Blood Bank, youth sports and various youth organizations, military veteran recognition, assistance to community support groups such as Betty Chin, the Rescue Mission, Teen Challenge, Redwoods United, and support for the Eureka Police and Fire Departments. And whereas the club has provided scholarships to students at Eureka High School, St. Bernard's High School, College of the Redwoods, and Cal Poly Humboldt, and sponsored international inbound and outbound youth exchange since 1948. And whereas the Rotary Club of Eureka has been and continues to be of immeasurable assistance to the greater Eureka community through education, healthcare, development, improvement of the quality of life, business and tourist enhancements, and aid to the less fortunate. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors that 2023 be declared the Year of Rotary in Eureka in honor of the Rotary Club of Eureka's centennial anniversary and all of the service and goodwill shared to this community.
Thank you. Okay. Do you want to use her phone? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes, go for it.
Get in there.
One more.
Alicia.
Thank you.
Go. Thank you. Totally.
Here you go. Feel free to say some stuff.
Okay,
Just a reminder.
it's beautiful. Thank you, Supervisor Arroyo and Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. I'm Annalise Bonbour-Stow, and as president of Rotary Club of Eureka, it's an honor to receive this proclamation on behalf of our members who've placed service above self in our community for 100 years. Rotary Club of Eureka held its first meeting on October 10th, 1923, with the goals of fostering strong community connections that result in opportunities for service, high ethical standards in business, the application of the ideal of service throughout our lives, and world peace and fellowship through service. Of the things we think, say, or do, Rotarians are guided by the four-way test. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? Rotary Club of Eureka meets every Monday at noon at the historic Eagle House Inn at 2nd and C. Next Saturday, October 14th, 2023, Rotary Club of Eureka will be holding our Centennial Gala, a celebration of the history of Rotary, as well as the greater Eureka community. And I encourage anyone who would like to attend to reach out to clubofeurekarotary@gmail.com. Rotary Club of Eureka looks forward to serving Humboldt for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Wow, 100 years. Thank you very much. 100 years, boy, that's amazing. Please, comment? Supervisor Bohn.
Brad, is this the first time you've worn a tie since you retired? Well, thanks for dressing up for you, because I know you weren't wearing one when I saw you the other night.
All right, and next we have Ageism Awareness Day proclamation, and I'm going to go ahead and read that, and I believe Maggie's here to come up and accept. Welcome, Maggie. Whereas ageism refers to the stereotypes, how we think, prejudice, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act towards others based on age. And whereas there are an estimated 35,242 older adults in Humboldt County over the age of 60 who are impacted by ageism, and whereas ageism towards older adults affect their health and longevity, financial well-being, and the economy of Humboldt, and whereas preventing ageism in education, employment, housing, and healthcare will benefit all, and whereas recognizing that it is up to all of us to ensure that older adults are respected and portrayed as capable, competent, effective, and valued in all areas of society, and whereas ageism awareness and preventing ageism is beneficial to all citizens of Humboldt by improving quality of life, Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims October 7th, 2023 as Ageism Awareness Day.
Thank you very much, supervisors. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone, for putting this forward for us. Not a lot to say here, just a few things I want to encourage all of us to do, which is the first thing is to challenge ageist statements that we make, that others make, and just they're not okay. The other thing I want to encourage everyone to do is hire older workers. COVID sent a lot of older workers home, and many of them still need to work, and they need to be hired, and they need to be considered for their abilities, experience, and please consider hiring an older worker.
I don't know.
Think about negative language and infantilizing language when you're speaking to or about older adults. Ageism also impacts younger adults and younger people. Ageism goes both ways. It's about treating somebody differently or unfairly because of their age. So the best solution, I think, for that is for all of us to make more friends across generations and get to know people outside of your regular circle of age buddies, and stop thinking about people as being baby boomers or millennials or whatever it is, but start thinking about people as just being people worth getting to know and learning about. And if we could all do that a little more, I think we would have a much better society for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Maggie. And the Area 1 Agency on Aging does an amazing job for our community, and we're so lucky to have them and all the volunteers involved there. So thank you so much. Okay, and next we have a retirement resolution for Rhonda Wittenberg. Supervisor Bohn.
Is Rhonda here? I don't know. Seriously, why do you come get these? If you're out, you're out. Rhonda may be the only person that did work at the library that worked at the downstairs one, worked at the one that's the art center now, and then the other one. So I mean, 51 years. So, and I can tell you, my neighbor who just recently had to quit has about the same amount of time or a little bit more. She just celebrated her 102nd birthday, but whoa. So, and they named Frances Rappin, who is a good friend of Rhonda. So Rhonda is not here, but I think we want to recognize her 51 years. And she started working in 71 as a clerk, 20 hours a week. She's been a dynamic force. Friends of the Library, and I don't know if people realize how much the Friends of the Library actually do for the library at all the branches. And I think some of you remember when it was the Eureka Library and they consolidated in the 70s. So we'll make sure Rhonda gets this, but we recognizing Rhonda for 51 years of service to the library in Humboldt County is important. So we want to thank her very much.
Thank you, Rhonda. Woo. Thank you. Okay, that's all of our proclamations and these types of resolutions for today. So we're going to go ahead and take public comment on the consent agenda. We'll start in Zoom. After that's done, we'll bring it back for the board for any final comments on the consent agenda and consideration of a motion to approve. So in the Zoom, I start there, and I have one hand up, and that is 7718. Please let us know which item on consent you're speaking on, and you will have 2 minutes. I have constrained comment to 2 minutes today. We have a huge agenda. I want to try and get us done by 5 o'clock. So welcome.
Hello, Keswaki from Mexico. Can you hear me okay today?
Yes, we can. A little muffled, but I believe we can hear you.
Okay, I did wish to comment on D25, which the county is getting $5 million to replace the Hammond Bridge, which is imperative to keep that trail section of that trail going. I think the public should know that we are getting a little bit back in our county. Very important to keep our existing trail system going. And I wanted to thank all of those that participated in procuring that funding for that. I take my opportunity to speak on consent today.
Thank you very much, and I believe we can thank Tom Matson and Public Works and the CAO's office for their hard work there, and Congressman Huffman for bringing some of this money back home to Humboldt County for the Hammond Trail Bridge. Anyone else in Zoom? No, we don't have any other hands up. So anybody here today in the audience who would like to speak on the consent agenda, please come forward and let us know which item you're speaking on. Seeing no movement towards the podium, we'll bring it back to the board for any final comments on consent. Supervisor Wilson?
I will just make the motion to approve consent and comment that I associate myself with all of the comments with relationship to Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Stand Down, the Rotary celebration, especially including all of the Rotaries in the area, and as well as the ageist comments that were really amazing, and the retirement of around 51 years. Helping support, I have to say, library systems here and everywhere are always, people are always trying to cut the budgets and question the value of the spread of knowledge and in our community, and I'm just grateful for the long-term warriors that help us maintain those systems. And with that, I make the motion.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I second, and I also want to comment on Rotary and what a great foundation that is. I'm part of the Garberville Rotary and really love the work that they do and how they give back to the communities, all the Rotaries. And 51 years, wow, what a commitment to public service for one, and then just what a commitment to a work life. And also, I just want to recognize that we have an appointment to some of our committees on this consent calendar, and then we also have some openings that our clerk of the one of our deputy clerks, Tracy D'Amico, takes care of. And if you're interested in doing any kind of public service or want to be on those committee or commissions, we always have openings, so submit your application. It's super important, and we're always looking for people, so I'd really like to recognize that, and with that, I second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I want to thank the CAO's Office and Public Works for it's not a lot, but thanks for help with the Ferndale ADA. It comes through as the ADA project, but Ferndale Veterans Hall is in dire need of this to be done and for access to our veterans, and it's also used as our voting center and a few other things. So I'm glad to finally see that working through after so many years. So thanks.
Great. Any other comments, Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I wanted to echo that appreciation about the funding for the Hammond Trail Bridge. We really would not have found, I don't believe, found any other local funding sources. So just so grateful for that federal funding being made available. And just thank you very much to our Congressman Huffman, for advocating for that and ensuring that that money came to us. And I wanted to also express appreciation for the Sheriff's Office in pursuing and now we're going to be talking about executing this this grant to track violence towards the LGBTQIA+ community and collect data around that as an issue. I know that's something that sadly many community members have wanted and asked for, and it's sad that we even have to focus on that so expressly, but I do believe we do, and I appreciate the Sheriff's Office proactively looking for that funding.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Bushnell.
If I could add on about the Sheriff's Office, that they are also recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. They have a shirt that they are, a really awesome shirt, a pink patch shirt that you can get through them. And so they just have it out today, and I just saw a preview of it, and so that is really an awesome thing. And I believe that the deputies and the sheriff will be wearing a pink patch
for recognizing as well as the Fortuna Police Department. So, and I think Eureka does it. I think they all do. But so I just really want to recognize that as well.
Great, thank you very much. Any final comments from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
This one's just to add on to Supervisor Bushnell's comment with relationship to the boards and commissions that that we appoint, and now we have this quarterly report. I just want to thank staff and specifically Tracy DeMacco with relationship to putting it on here on a quarterly basis. It's actually really helped. I have to tell you that we have to be reminded, because that list is very long, of those openings. It's also helps us remind the public that those openings exist. And so just getting that on our agenda every quarter has actually really helped fill those positions. I was actually surprised to see how many are now filled with relationship to how it was maybe like 2 years ago or even a year ago. So just want to really appreciate staff for their, helping, in this democratic process. Thanks.
Okay, great. I think that's it with comments from the board or discussion. So not everybody has their voting tabs up, so if we could do a roll. Oh, we do now. Mine's not showing up. I'm in iLegislate, but it is not showing up. I apologize.
You'll probably
I
need to
will do
restart
that.
it. However, I'll go ahead and do a roll call to
Thank you,
save
Nikki.
time. No problem. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
C.
Supervisor Bohn. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, great. So we're done with our consent. There are no items that were pulled from consent. And so next we're going to go to public comment on non-agenda items. And I just wanted to mention, I do notice we have a lot of our community partners here for SEIU, and it's actually on our agenda as a closed session item. And so that would be the appropriate time to speak on that item if you're here for that. And that would be right at about 1 o'clock when the county council reads it into the record. So that would be a great chance to speak on that item then on the contract issues there. But before I start with public comment on non-agenda items, I just wanted to read this brief 2 sentences. In order to facilitate an orderly meeting, the board chair will ensure that the citizens' rights to speak do not infringe on the rights and the protections of others. Any person who addresses the board shall refrain from threats of violence or statements that elicit a violent response. And in these times and days, I would just ask as a consideration that folks try to keep their comments civil and avoid the use of foul language as best as one can. The First Amendment is a strong principle, and I support that. Our whole board does, our county, but we try and keep things civil and not disrupt the meeting. So with that, we have public comment on non-agenda items, and again, we have 2-minute time limit today. And going to Zoom, where I start, I have one hand up, and that is 7718. This is your chance for public comment on non-agenda items. There you go. Welcome.
Yes, I maybe in the future, consent or something, there could be some notation here, so people who would want to comment are sitting there ready to comment on the in-home healthcare workers to know they don't need to come till later in the meeting. That would be good for them. Anyway, I did want to do a little update. I have some major concerns on what's going on in Blue Lake. We have I think it's called it was Alta Tower, now it's Blue Lake Tower is being decommissioned. They're moving on. So I did a PRA request because it's not quite transparent what's going on. I want all applications made by the tenant of the Blue Lake Tower facility for demolition or salvage, all permits granted for number 1 above, all communications with experts in salvage procedures such as Wallen Construction, North Coast Fabricators, or Vegas Construction, all estimates for restoring or cleaning up the site listed in number 1, all phase 1 or phase 2 environmental assessment done on the site listed in 1, all communication with Blue Lake Tower or the representatives regarding current ongoing demolition and or salvage. And I hope they have permits for this because my understanding is there's a very large quantity of hydraulic fluid out there associated with that, and we hate to see some throwaway LLC just go ahead and dump this on the ground. They're trying to do a $20 million project out there, an RV park and a whole bunch of things on that site, but it's not ready. It's being put out and advertised, but this is far from being ready shovel-ready site. So hopefully I will get have an update later on whether our environment's being protected on that particular site. And I'm very wary of these LLCs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic today.
Thank you, commenter. And do we have any other hands up in Zoom? It doesn't appear as so.
No, we don't, Chair.
And so we'll go to those here in the audience today. This is your chance to come up and speak with us on comment on non-agenda items, and you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Gordon Clatworthy. I'm the candidate running for the 1st District Supervisor position. I would just like to talk about how we have a lack of affordable housing in the county. It is a crisis, and it affects so many things outside and inside what we're talking about today, including the in-home healthcare services, who haven't had a raise in 15 months and are getting barely anything, not enough to cover any kind of housing available to the county, to them in the county. So that's something that I think always needs to be brought to the attention of the board.
Thank you very much. And this is how we do it in this period. I know in the proclamations we like to get loud, but thank you for that. Okay, anybody else here today on public comment on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that item on the agenda. And the next item is actually a time set at 10 o'clock, and I'm thinking we might be able to slip in one item pretty quickly and get that out of the way. And that next item on our agenda would be, other than the ones that are supposed to come a little later and are going to take more time, would be item H1, which is the approval of a general fund allocation of $10,000 to conduct fire services scoping study and to provide funding for Oric Volunteer Fire Department, sponsored by myself. And I will say that on these two items, and I don't know if, Sean, are you here to present on this item? No? Okay. Just very briefly, I will say that 5,000 of the 10,000 is to go to LAFCO, along with 5,000 from the City of Trinidad, 5,000 from the Trinidad Rancheria, to work with LAFCO to do kind of an initial study on how the North County Fire Services might be recombined or adapted to deal with a lot of ongoing changes happening in that area. And so that's 5,000 of our money being matched by 10,000. The other $5,000 is for the Oric Volunteer Fire Department, which provides services in the northern part of the CSA 4, which is one of our county fire districts. But they don't get any money from that assessment district, and they are desperate in need for some things to replace some pumps and other equipment. So there's a $5,000 request there. So I will bring it back to the board to see if there are any questions or clarifications on this item before we go to public comment. Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
Could you clarify the matching again one more time?
Yeah, so our $5,000 would be matched by $5,000 from the City of Trinidad and $5,000 from the Trinidad Rancheria.
But to clarify, you're asking for $10,000.
So the other $5,000 is for the Oric
Okay.
Volunteer Fire Department.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Supervisor Wilson.
With the, excuse me, the first request, which is the matching funds, but I read in the report that it basically assumes that then an expansion, that there will be another request coming back later because there'll be an expanded report. Is that correct or no?
No, that's the total amount, as my understanding, for the initial study of this concept. Yeah, there would be additional things down the road, but that's completely unidentified at this point. There's a lot of changing times for all of our fire services in the county, and Trinidad has found itself in a position where their volunteers are aging out, so to speak, as far as towing hose around and all kinds of things. And so they have not been a member, nor has the Rancheria, of the CSA 4, and they are interested in potentially joining that, but we're kind of taking a broader look at fire services in the North County. Does that sound about right, Sean? Okay, great, thank
I
you.
have a second question, which is just a clarification with relationship to the Oric Fire District, and are Measure Z funds, did they apply for those? Is this what this is about, like not having received Measure Z funds, or what happened?
This is not from Measure Z for this year. I don't think Fire Services got hardly anything this year from Measure Z, but the ORIC and other fire departments have combined proposals with the Fire Chiefs Association in the past couple of years, and they have been utilizing that money to expand their firehouse. They're still in that process, but then they ran into a number of expenses that have been very expensive, like replacing the pumps on their fire engines and other kinds of things. So it's separate from Measure Z.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions, clarifications? Supervisor Bohn?
It's not necessarily separate, it just hasn't been asked for.
Yes.
And I do think Fire Services got 2 million
So,
800, yeah. And over the last 8 years, I think close to 17 million, so
Yep.
not as much as Sheriff, I know that. I'm fully aware of that. Well, and with that being said, and CAL FIRE still plays a part in Trinidad's fire protection, right?
Well, they get whatever money is collected through the CSA4 assessment has generally gone to CAL FIRE for staffing and providing an engine at the Trinidad station during the off-season, which is, November through April or so. It's been getting shorter because the fire season's been getting bigger. So CSA4 primarily supports CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE does respond to Trinidad and the Rancheria, but neither of them had been paying into CSA4 like all the other surrounding community. So they want to participate, and we're trying to figure out what that might look like.
And the match, it's not necessarily matching, we're just going in with them, because Trinidad has already done the 5,000, didn't they already vote on it? And the Rancheria has already voted on, so to call it matching, just to be clarification.
Sure.
And I also want to recognize Sherry Heights, because they were actually, a few years ago, we did this for West Haven, and went out and raised $25,000 to help them. And Cherry Heights was a big part of that, and has always been a big part of that. So I think they're an integral part of the community on that. So I want to thank them for always supporting that. So.
Absolutely. This is just one more example of how the Trinidad Rancheria is a very participating member of the community up there. And Supervisor Bohn, thank you for that effort on that $25,000 a couple of years ago. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, if I could. So it says an initial deposit of $5,000 from each three of these entities. So I'm wondering if you have asked and if you know what more monies will be required. And that says that in the discussion. And because a deposit means to me that there'll be more money needed. And then also, I remember a few years ago, there was monies left over from the CSA4. It was, I think, $78,000 that we directed towards West Haven.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering if there, and I understand your request, but I'm wondering, our budget's not healthy at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if there, $78,000 that we gave to West Haven is quite a lot of money. And so I'm wondering if there was any consideration from them that if they had some of that money left, whether they would be willing to help with this study at all, and whether you asked that.
Yeah, I believe that West Haven has either spent or is in the process of finalizing those expenditures. That was a very gracious budget approval by this board, frankly. West Haven does basically serve about 2/3 of the CSA4 district, and they sit entirely within that district, so they can't add another assessment. Oric sits outside of the CSA4 district, but they respond to the northern third of that district. And so it's just a one-time request. As far as the deposit element, there is likely to be other expenditures here, and we have no idea what that's going to be or exactly how that's going to work out. Just like in southern Humboldt, it took quite a few years to figure out how to consolidate fire services down there. A lot of effort was expended there via our staff, with Sibel Emmett and others, using some of the Fire Chief Association funding from Measure Z to figure out things down there. So we're starting that process up in the North County now.
Well, actually, Measure Z paid for all of that. So
Yes.
that's the $90,000. So that
Right.
did not come out of our general fund budget. So
Right.
I'm curious,
Agreed.
though, I would not want to expend the money for a deposit and have the work done and then not have any monies to continue the work. Do you know, that would be my concern.
do you know what more work would need to be done, or whether this money would get them to a point where it wouldn't be able to be finished?
This money is anticipated to be used to be able to do that initial study with LAFCO, hiring a consultant, working with all of the CSA4 entities, Trinidad, West Haven, and Oric, to figure out where we're at right now, where we need to go in the short term to include Trinidad and the Rancheria in this system of fire services, and what might be some possible future scenarios for consolidating services in that area. And it's just totally unknown at this time, but it's believed, according to LAFCO, that this 15,000 will get us to the place we need to be to answer those initial questions.
Okay, and one last question, and maybe if you don't know, maybe Sean does. So during, with Measure Z monies that was given to the fire chiefs, that $90,000 that goes to Sabel for the fire studies, that was given this year. And is this type of study, would it be qualify under those, that structure?
I don't believe that it qualifies for that, but what's happening is that in addition to this 15,000 to the consultant with LAFCO, Sabel and her team will also be involved using that existing Measure Z funding, I believe, if that's correct? CAO Hayes.
Yeah, I can speak to that. That is specifically for Public Works and Planning staffing to do that coordination work. So this is above and beyond the work that they would be doing to contract with LAFCO to conduct some consultant work for us.
Okay.
Let's let Supervisor Bushnell finish.
That's all I have for right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson.
Speaking on this, I do want to say that the attachment in here does specifically reference that this is a first step, and that if it's decided to move forward with a detailed study and hire outside consultants, a study could range to $40,000 or $50,000. And so it is something that could move us into that space. But it does speak to, although a little bit separately from this, is that I do believe that if we are calling out funding in Measure Z to help districts expand or not, whatever, consolidate or expand, whatever needs to be done, annex and all those other things, basically administratively move forward to be more resilient. We're doing that at a staff level, but maybe we should be thinking about in the next round of Measure Z, that there should be a budgetary call out for these types of studies specifically to help in that sustainability of these systems. Because we shouldn't be doing it at this level, and it shouldn't come back to us at this level. So I'm just saying, what we see in front of us is probably what will be a future request. I'm hoping that it becomes part of the Measure Z in the future if we're going to see more of these. That's all I'm going to say.
CIO Hayes, thank
Yeah,
you.
just one point of clarification, because I think there is a bit of a nuanced difference between County Service Area Number 4 and the rest of rural Humboldt's fire service, because this is an area that your board is specifically responsible for, because this is a county service area. So that area is very unique in terms of our responsibility over it versus all of the other service areas. So there is a unique responsibility placed upon your board to serve and care for that area.
Yeah, and through the chair, my response is, well, that's would even, for me, make a more robust reason why we would want this specifically called out in kind of the county's chunk of Measure Z and how we help, help these systems become more self-sustaining, because I think that's really important. That's all I got for this. I appreciate you bringing this to the board.
Good feedback. And I've got Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Bushnell, and Supervisor Arroyo in the queue.
And since I was there, the original Measure Z proponent, and when we came out with it, this was going to help with a lot of this allocations. And I mean, because we talked about Willow Creek area, the 299 corridor, specifically about doing a parcel tax, and that's what LAFCO, we were talking about funding that through LAFCO. And as we move forward with the Measure Z, I mean, there's so much more to look at this. I support this 100%, and I want to give more to the 90% of our firefighters are volunteer. And I don't know if anybody else is, but I've been on 3 meetings this week about people can't get insurance for their houses. I've talked with, I think there's been like 6 or 7 deals, real estate deals, not be able to close because they couldn't get insurance. And what they're finding out is they go to Fair Pay and it's $300 a month. I mean, God, I'm so old. My first house payment was $127 a month. So, but I mean, that's just for insurance. So as we go forward, if we're not providing adequate fire service so the rating will stay somewhat reasonable, this is going to be a bigger nightmare than anything we face. So I understand we're looking at the long term, and I'm glad it's been memorialized that, as you said, this is it. This isn't. It does look like it's leading into, we're going to have to be doing this, and this is probably something we should have looked at the wording a little bit better. But to get this thing moving right now, and then including CAL FIRE, because I mean, we have local CAL FIREs that were not dispatched this year to a fire. I don't know if you realize that. We had fire teams that were not dispatched to a fire this year because I think we're under 100,000. I mean, it's I don't know if everything's burnt, or if I don't know if it's because we're doing such a good job on doing our defensible spaces and making more people aware that this can happen to you. But it looks like some of that is working. So I support this 100%. Oric, like so many others, Blackberry Pie, I used to do I probably did it 15 years, the fish fry for the fire department. And they haven't had it for a couple of years. So, I mean, these are their little, and what they are is they're called bake sale departments. And West Haven probably takes the cake or the pie in that case. But with that being said, I support this 100%. But I think the wording needs to be memorialized that this isn't going to be an ongoing thing. We need to find answers, and then maybe some of those answers come through with those Measure Z dollars, and we just make sure they're available coming through Measure Z, and that the fire departments are properly funded, the volunteer. Because I mean, 90% of our firefighters we don't pay for in a roundabout way. That's what you have to realize. So
That sounded like a motion almost, but Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just want to ask one question. So the intent of this study, is it to get away from the CS4?
In the long run, the county would like to get out of the middle of the fire business. This is the only one we do in the whole county.
So I understand the county wanted to get out of that business. However, the benefit to the constituents is large, and you want to talk about fire insurance. When you go for an ISO rating with volunteer departments, it doesn't compare to what CAL FIRE rating gives you. And so I would hope that when you're doing that work, that you are talking, and it's your district, and so I would hope that you're talking to your constituents about the benefit that CAL FIRE brings, although it is only a 6-month time that they are paid for that. The benefit for your constituents there is 12 months, and they really do reap the benefit of CAL FIRE. I'm so supportive of the volunteer departments, and you know that. I have 18 in my district, and we would be lost without them. But it only being the one, we used to be a district, and we benefited large there, and your district benefits large from them as well. And so I just really want to say, you benefit large up there from them. So that would be another concern. Your constituents really benefit from them.
Yeah, and we're looking at all those issues. I can tell you, and Sean and CAO Hayes have been at all of these meetings discussing possible future changes.
So
Yes.
I'm willing to make a motion, but you will probably want to go out to public comment, and I think Supervisor Arroyo had a comment.
Agreed. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I appreciate the optimism about this one being short, because even though it's a small outlay of funds, I think it does represent a lot of interesting and important questions that we've all raised. But I wanted to comment on something that, so I appreciate that we're essentially talking about, getting the scoping process started, and the city of Trinidad has already, voted to contribute $5,000, and the Trinidad Rancheria has already voted to contribute $5,000. So us also putting in for that, given our unique situation with this, it makes sense. But there's another $5,000 that's just going to the fire department to meet immediate needs, is my understanding.
That's
to
correct.
ORIC.
Correct.
Thank you. To ORIC Volunteer Fire Department. And while I definitely don't take issue with that and won't vote against this, I'm a little loath to start the process of volunteer fire departments that have needs coming to us for $5,000 here and there. I, as a part of this whole conversation, I'm supportive. I just, that's not my vision for how we fund or support these small departments. And I think so many of them have needs that are similar to the ones expressed in this email, that, you know, I almost don't want to support it, only because I don't want that to be the way that we address the needs. But I definitely will support it in this instance. I just I'm a little anxious about starting the flood of small requests that would be really meaningful for little departments. But you know, I think we just need to find a more sustainable approach. And I appreciate that the other $5,000 is going towards this study that will ultimately help find a sustainable solution for this particular very unique district. But I just wanted to note that I don't think this means it's open season on small requests throughout the year from departments, as much as I do want to be able to support them. So I just wanted to say that.
Understood. Well, we've had a good, robust discussion, and let's go ahead and get public comment. We'll start with Zoom, and we have one hand up, 7718. *6 to unmute. Welcome.
I strongly support this, and I have no problem with a flood of $5,000. Find some way to get it for all the small departments if they wish to make those requests. Measure Z is drying up. Fortunately, they have got a little money this time, and hopefully that will get dispersed correctly to all these departments. I think it's imperative to go ahead and start the study, and it should be actually countywide, to have more of a countywide organization as far as the countywide fire department. I think consolidation in many states would be beneficial. I'm pleased to see this starting, and always pleased to see Trinidad and Rancheria contributing, you know, to these kind of things. Fire is one of our biggest concerns. Small little amounts, I think it's great, and I totally agree with what Supervisor Bohn said. You know, I had one of my insurance company came up with they wanted me to do things, I did them, they said, oh, you didn't do them, so we're dropping your insurance. And that was all the case. So we're all getting dropped out there. Insurance is getting harder to get. The only insurance we have is the fire department, especially volunteers. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this topic, and hopefully you'll move forward and everybody vote to approve this.
Thank you, commenter. And that's it in the Zoom. Anybody here in the audience today that would like to speak on this item, please come forward, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Gordon Clowerworthy, candidate for first district supervisor. I also 100% support this. I think we need to support our firefighters, our fire departments, and they do a lot for our community, and they help lower our insurance for our homeowners. So yeah, 100%, just push this forward. Yes for this.
Thank you. Anyone else here want to comment on this item? Seeing no movement towards the podium, we'll bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion. Pardon? I will move that we approve the agenda item and the staff recommendation.
Second.
And Supervisor Madrone moved and Supervisor Bushnell seconded. Any final discussion? Supervisor Wilson.
I think we discussed in depth with relationship to this investment, the small investment to move forward with looking at the systemic issues around that district.
Yes.
Great. The second part I align myself with the comments of Supervisor Arroyo with relationship to these kind of, a whole point of Measure Z was to kind of move us away, well, a big part of it, I mean, there's lots of points to Measure Z, but one of them was to really try and move us away from these small requests like this. We've talked about that in those processes. I am a bit concerned with relationship to some districts having fire districts having, really receiving inequitable amounts relative to others, and this shouldn't be happening. So, but nonetheless, I'll support this today, but with the, just voicing a concern that I hope we're not going to see more of these small requests in this sort of inefficient way. Thanks.
Understood. Definitely understand the board's concerns with that.
I have one last question.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just have one last question, along with also aligning myself with the Measure Z thought process. Do you know if ORC did ask the fire chiefs for the request of the $5,000?
They did not, and that was because I believe the Fire Chiefs Association recognized there wasn't going to be a lot of money left over in Z this year, and so they did not actively seek proposals from all the different districts, unlike the years before.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn, and we do have a time set.
And I understand that 100%, but I'm just going to say, if you're a volunteer fire department and you have a pump on one of your trucks that is out and you don't have a community member or something that will backfill that, definitely come to us and ask us for the money. That what the job you do for no pay is far exceeds the pain and suffering that we'll suffer of getting you $5,000 or $10,000. I understand what everybody's saying, but this is in no way to tell you, don't come to us, we don't want to be bothered. We want you to come to us and let us know what you feel, because in the long run, that helps us make further decisions down the road.
Okay, well, I finally got my voting thing up, but I don't think everybody does. So we'll go ahead and do a roll call again, but we'll try and set up for the next one.
Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, and thank you all.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, now we have a time set item. Sorry, we're about 10 minutes late here. And that is to proclaim October 2023 as Domestic and Intimate Partner Violence Awareness Month, and hear a presentation from the Humboldt Domestic Violence Services, Supervisor Bushnell.
I think we have some presenters here, if you want to come forward.
Great.
Hi, welcome. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then you can do your presentation. And I think we have a slide. We have a slideshow. So thank you, and thank you for, I've met with you guys a few times, and I think you've met with our board a few times, so thank you for that. And so the proclamation recognizing October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas October is annually recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and whereas progress continues to be made towards violence prevention, domestic and intimate partner violence remains a serious issue affecting all people regardless of age, race, ethnicity, sex, gender, or socioeconomic status, literacy, sexuality, ability, religion, culture, and immigration status. And whereas domestic and intimate partner violence violates an individual's dignity, security, humanity with the seismic use of control through physical, emotional, sexual, social, graphic, and economic abuse. And whereas children exposed to domestic violence can experience long-term consequences, including difficulty at school, substance abuse, behavioral problems in adolescents, and serious adult health problems. And whereas Humboldt Domestic Violence Service has been serving Humboldt County since 1977 to continuously support all those living with or escaping abuse. And whereas all survivors deserve access to culturally responsive prevention programs and services to increase their safety. And where Humboldt Domestic Violence Services enlists a diverse array of allies, agencies, and community members in supporting survivors of domestic and intimate partner violence. And whereas only together can we change the health and safety of our community by challenging the societal norms that prevent violence. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Humboldt County Board of Supervisors recognize the month of October 2023 to be Domestic Violence Awareness Month and celebrate Humboldt domestic violence 46 years of effort to improve community safety by breaking the cycle of domestic and intimate partner violence.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Emily Velez. I'm the Executive Director at Humboldt Domestic Violence Services. And I just want to thank you for taking on the proclamation. I see all the pink. It's also Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we recognize that we share this month with a lot of community efforts. I'm here to really just give you a breakdown about kind of what our year has looked like as an agency, to give perspective on domestic violence in our community. And it's been a long time, I think, since we've been in front of the board. So I did make a presentation. Can I pull that up? Yeah. It's really colorful. I didn't know it was going to look like that. So our mission and vision is really to break the cycle of violence in our community, but also outside of our community. We really look at our work in kind of three perspectives. So services, education, and advocacy, which if we go to the next slide, that is our general mission. And so we provide 24/7 support within services and advocacy, and we're really trying to increase our outreach efforts in the community. This is just a really brief overview of what the fiscal year looked like for 2022-2023. We did serve 335 survivors. That's not including the children that we support. We received 2,565 calls on our 24-hour support line within the year. We provided individual counseling services over 1,000 times in the year. We also had, thank you. We also had 109 survivors participate in our support groups. We offer 3 support groups every week, and we rarely miss them. We don't even skip holidays if we can't. And then we assisted close to 100 survivors in obtaining restraining orders, temporary restraining orders, to escape their abuse. Our services, like I said, are 24/7, and it really is encompassed by our 24-hour support line. But outside of our 24-hour support line, we do offer one-on-one peer counseling sessions with survivors that have no limitation. We really meet with where survivors are at and what they need. Like I said, we have our healing support group, and we have that virtual and in person every week. Restraining order assistance, not only do we help with filling out the temporary restraining orders, but we do advocacy and accompaniment to court. That way survivors can feel empowered in navigating the legal system, since it tends to not be in their favor, especially if they don't have attorneys, which many of our clients do not have. We offer emergency services like food, clothing, toiletries. We even try to help with household items when someone is escaping abuse. And then we offer shelter. We offer emergency shelter and transitional short-term shelter options for survivors and their families. We are very tiny. We are not able to shelter as much as we would like, but we do offer anywhere from 3 days to 120 days, depending on situation. And like I said, with accompaniment beyond legal services, we also do medical accompaniment and social service accompaniment, knowing that many of our survivors struggle with coming forward and saying that they're a survivor and accessing services to better meet their needs. So everyone is eligible for our services. It doesn't matter regardless of your race, gender, sex, identity, literacy, all the things that were in the proclamation. We do prioritize intimate partner violence when it comes to our shelter services, and so that is something that we like to get out to the community. We will help all survivors of domestic violence, but intimate partner violence is where we prioritize sheltering, and that's just because of limited funding and the fact that we are very small. And then people always ask what the difference is between intimate partner and domestic violence. So intimate partner is just a partner that you either currently have or had a relationship with. Mm-hmm. And that's really it. I try to make it really brief, but I just want to thank you all for acknowledging October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And it's just really important for us that the community knows that we're here and we're here to help. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. I really
I'm really glad that you guys came to present. And a lot of people ask, you know, you guys have been here since 1977, and a lot of people ask, well, I don't hear them, I don't see them. One thing that happens with domestic violence or intimate partner violence is that you don't, especially with sheltering, you don't really want to know where their shelter is, and that is really for safety. One thing that is always misunderstood is it's not just gender associated. It's not female. It's not male. It can happen to anybody, and so that's really important. I was in a domestic violence relationship for 16 years and was helped by your group and was helped by victim witness upstairs, and my children were young, and it's a very hard situation to be in. It was something I couldn't talk about for a long time, and there's a lot of stigma around it, and it is hard to get out of a domestic violence relationship and to know that it's not your fault and that there is help out there and that people are really want to help you, and that you can get past it, and that there is better on the other side. And whether it's physical or mental abuse, if you think you're in that position, to reach out to somebody and to really get help. And so I really appreciate that you guys are here in Humboldt County and that you're willing. And I do know that it takes money for your group, and so it's a really good cause to donate to. And I just really appreciate you guys doing the presentation today.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your story.
Here, here, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Hang on, hang on.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I give this to you?
Yeah.
I know. It's kind of an awkward thing to smile. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then there's a public comment.
Thank you. Humboldt Domestic Violence Services, 46 years of service to our community.
So I think we have to do public comment and make a motion and all that?
Yes, absolutely. So we'll go ahead and go to public comment at this time. And in the Zoom, we do not have any hands up at this time. So anybody here in the audience today would like to come up and speak to this item, please join us. You've got 2 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Frederick Breckenridge. In 2022, I walked into the chairman of the Board of Supervisors office with the former child abuse prevention president to declare that there is no help for men in our area. None. I was humiliated by law enforcement, unfortunately the chairman, who said there's nothing I can do for you. Through my tears, I've lost everything I own. It couldn't be more of a come to Jesus moment than this right now. I can't speak anymore on this topic at the moment.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that would like to speak on this item? This is an opportunity. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for consideration of a motion or discussion. Supervisor Bushnell.
I make a motion that we adopt the proclamation for Domestic Violence Awareness Month for October.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Arroyo. Supervisor Bohn.
And I do want to thank the team for meeting us all and talking to us. And just to put on your radar in the future, there will be a fundraiser. So if you're thinking to yourself, how can I help? They're going to be having a fundraiser in the spring, and it's going to be, it's hard to say fun, but if we're going to get at that point where we don't have 48, 49, and 50th year, they need all the help we can get and help the victims. And it's a broad spectrum of victims. So anyway, mark it on your calendar anywhere you want because we don't have a date yet.
Okay, and with that, I believe we can go ahead and vote on our tabs. I think everybody's got them up.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. So it is 10:30. We have a time set at 10:30, and we can't start ahead of time. So we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here at 10:30, please. Otherwise, I'm going to ring the buzzer. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get back started with our meeting, so welcome to the chambers. And our next item is a 10:30 time set, and it is a special presentation highlighting the Shelter Cove Fire District and the Ocean Rescue Team. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So we were talking a lot about fire earlier, and one thing we don't do often at this board is recognize things in our district, and I wanted to start doing that as well as I know some of our other board members will. Shelter Cove is a very small, very isolated area right on the coast. If you haven't been there, which our CAO has not and is gonna go because it's very beautiful, and but it's very unique and it has an airstrip out there, and there is a lot of accidents out there. And so our Shelter Cove Fire does a lot of rescues. And I'm going to ask Nick, their fire chief, to come up, and we're going to do a little presentation.
All right. I know, I should put you on blast right away, huh? Anytime you want to come down. Yeah. Right, let us know.
Welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, my name's Fire Chief Nick Pape. Thank you, Michelle, for the introduction and the ability to come up and talk about our district and the crew that we've built out in Shelter Cove. It is refreshing to come up here and talk about good things that have happened and not come up and fight for money and everything else that we've dealt with, over the years. So again, thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge these men and women and what they do for this rural community. We're a community, around 200 calls, 911s a year, but we do much more than that. We do smoke detectors, we do everything any other fire department does. One of the unique things that we do have is an all-risk rescue team. So we do ocean rescue, mountain rescue, rope rescue. Some years we don't have it, some years we do. The last year and a half, we've seen a real boost in tourism out there after COVID, and we've seen a lot of ecotourism. So people want to be on the coast, they want to mountain bike, they want to go and check out our beautiful scenery. What comes with that is rescues. So we have people inevitably fall off the cliff, end up in the water, and our job is to go and pull those people out. And the expectation of Shelter Cove Fire in our community now is that we're going to do it successfully with the equipment we have and the training that we have. So men and women have been putting a lot of hard work into this, and again, thank you guys for the acknowledgement, and I think we have a slideshow that goes over our recent rescues from the last year and a half. Yeah, so as I said, our ocean rescue team is one of those specialized teams that we provide. Shelter Cove is right between two Coast Guard bases. So for either one coming out of Point Arena or coming out of Coast Guard Station Humboldt Bay, it takes about an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how quick, if they're already up, or if they get that launch. So also with the sheriff and the other tech rescue teams, it's a long drive out there. So when it comes to anything ocean rescue related, minutes and seconds count. Our team started in the early 2000s with a similar incident that happened a year ago with a school group from Canada was washed off Black Sands Beach. They had quite a few fatalities. The fishermen at the time were really the ones that saved the most people, and our fire department didn't have an ocean rescue presence with that capability. So out of that came the Shelter Cove Ocean Rescue Team. We started with the original neon jet ski that looked like it was out of the original Baywatch show. Wasn't the best equipment, but the guys made it work, and we were a recovery department for a long time. We had 10 recoveries or drownings in 9 years, and 1 successful rescue that happened in 2009. So there was a long time of very hard, traumatic calls that this crew went on over those 10 years, just hoping for the opportunity to get a life that was savable. And the last year, we've been able to get 4 of those out of 5 in the last year and a half. So what the guys are doing with their training, the equipment we've been able to acquire through our board with the Resort Improvement District and our taxpayer base has really helped with that. To put these guys that are willing to risk their lives in the equipment that they need to do the job. So the first one is the one that the accommodation is going to be getting today. Was the split rock incident. It happened on Black Sands Beach, which is BLM. 15 to 20 foot waves, very hard wind chop. Some of the videos that made it out all the way down to the San Francisco news agencies showed first-hand witnesses of the swells. It was definitely a life or death situation for the people that were in the water and for our rescuers going out. Our rescuers that went out on the boats obviously risked their life, but the rescuers that went by quad and side by side down the beach kept other people from going into the beach and becoming victims themselves. So there was a lot going on. Our jet ski that they took out was a half power. It was an older jet ski that we had been trying to replace and just hadn't had the funds at that point. And so there was a lot going on that led to the decisions that were made on that day, and they were able to successfully rescue 1 person, and they were able to recover the body of another victim. So the guys did their job, putting themselves at risk, and definitely put their own well-being, behind for the people that were in the water. So couldn't have been more proud of them for that one. That was our first successful rescue in 9 years. So it was a huge win for us to bring somebody back out of that water. And for those that have been to Black Sands Beach, we're going to get as many people as we can to go check that beach out because it is a beautiful beach. It is very dangerous. It's one of the hardest surf breaks in California. It's very much like your guys' Big Lagoon area in Agate Beach. So they have the same kind of high swells, sneaker waves, and a very steep drop off going from basically ankle deep water to 30-foot water in about 6 foot. So very dangerous beach. It's dangerous for the people on the beach. It's dangerous for the jet skis and the people doing the rescues. However, it is a very beautiful beach and is kind of the outlet to the Lost Coast Trail. So a lot of people on that beach. So that's actually a video from the day of the rescue. Guys are out there searching for the second patient. So that's our rescue swimmer, Josh Ramsey, and fire captain, Jack Hargrave on the jet ski. So we actually drop off a rescue swimmer in the water, get the jet ski out of the danger zone, and then they'll grab that patient and swim them out. So it's a very complex rescue that definitely, there's no easy way to do it without putting rescuers in harm's way. The way we mitigate that is through our training and our equipment. So just after that rescue, we had a kayaker tip over. Shelter Cove, a lot of our economy is based on fishing. So we have a lot of kayakers in the water, and again, with no Coast Guard present in that area, we become the vessel recovery, assistance, whatever they need in the water. That's what the ocean rescue team does. This victim rolled his kayak and washed up on the rocks, severely hypothermic. We basically had to coax him off the rocks and help get him onto the jet ski and bring him back to the ambulance. So that was our second patient we pulled out of the water that year. And which one was this? So this was, again, another patient. Pictures from a training. However, the text that you guys are reading was a patient that went off that had physical disabilities. He couldn't swim, could barely walk, was swept off the rocks and was just floating, keeping his head above water. We were actually fortunate enough for him that we had started a volunteer firefighter fitness program, and we were all at the station working out together. So we had 7 people at the station when the call came out. So we joked that that firefighter that started that program probably saved that guy's life because we didn't have a drive from our homes or to work or anything else that we do. Again, it is an all volunteer department. So yeah, we were able to get out and get to that patient and get him to the ambulance where he was released with basically no issues and just mild hypothermia. So this one, was this the plane crash? Yeah, so this was the one that happened this year. Kind of the call that we've all feared in Shelter Cove was a plane crash. So for you guys that understand our airport, it's kind of like an aircraft carrier with houses around it. It's a very small airport. The pilots are normally very safe. However, accidents do happen, and the full investigation of this hasn't been released yet. However, the pilot did have mechanical issues, circled back around to land at the airport and didn't make it, crashing in the ocean. So we had about 100 911 calls. Everybody saw the plane with issues do the circle. Captain Hargrave was on duty that day as our on-call duty officer. He got text on his own phone. We got our dispatch, and we had the boats in the water in under 15 minutes to go get those patients. Luckily, one patient was like Michael Phelps. She swam her way in against the tide onto Black Sands Beach with injuries. The second patient was not able to swim all the way in, so we're able to pick him up with a jet ski and get him back to the ambulance safely. So another great rescue for the guys. So that's a piece of our specialized equipment that, again, a lot of volunteers don't have the opportunity to get the equipment they need. So this equipment was donated to us by a local. It was her husband's pride and joy. He passed away. She donated it to us, and we repurposed it to a rescue vessel. So.
Was that Kenny Wallen's?
No, I don't. It was.
Because Kenny built
name.
one of those about 20 years ago.
Yeah, there's one still out there on the trailer. Yeah, this is custom built in New Zealand. It's called a Sea Legs. Again, Shelter Cove has a very shallow harbor, and it's hard to launch the trucks. We're used to taking our own pickup trucks out there and having the water almost to the windows. So just trying to update our equipment and give us the best chance for survival. And over the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen that pay off with the data, with the rescues that we've been able to come in. So I think that's, for me, it kind of opens up my eyes to getting the volunteers the equipment they need so they can do the job instead of us making do with where we're at and what we have. And it does pay off. So. Awesome. I think we have a little video, and we'll turn it over to the sheriff.
There was something in the water, made me go wild, made me go wild. Made me go wild. There was nothing in the world making me smile like your smile, like your smile. We were standing on the edge with the sand under our feet. We felt like we made it. And now that winter's come and gone, I'm 17 again. My heart is beating stronger. Taking me back there, and it feels like summer, and it feels like summer, feels like summer, and it feels like summer. Oh, there was something in your eyes that made me let go. Made me let go, made me let go. We were sleeping in the backseat, talking to the moon. Had everything we needed. And now that winter's come and gone, I'm 17 again. My heart is beating stronger. And every time I think of you, it's taking me back there, taking me back there. like summer. And it feels like summer. Oh, it feels like summer. Oh, it feels like summer. Live for the long nights, live for the good times. And I will need you there. 'Cause now that winter's come and gone, I'm 17 again. My heart is beating stronger. Every time I think of you, oh, it's taking me back there, taking me back there. And it feels like summer. Feel like summer. Feels like summer. Live for the long nights, live for the good times. And I will need you there.
One hiker died after being swept into the Pacific Ocean, and another hiker had to be rescued. And this happened Sunday afternoon on Black Sands Beach near the town of Shelter Cove. Shelter Cove firefighters successfully rescued one victim who was flown by helicopter to a hospital. The other hiker was found in waves that were 15 to 20 feet high and was pronounced dead at the scene. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is investigating.
Yeah, so thank you guys again for letting us come up here, and just remember that we're one of 32 fire departments in the county, and there's volunteers that are doing the exact same thing as us across the county. So we're just fortunate enough to connect with Supervisor Bushnell and our partners with the BLM, and you know, we did have a successful string of calls, but other departments are doing this, and hopefully this is a route to get them up here and to bring that pride back into our communities and to celebrate our heroes and heroic acts that are happening across the county. So. Again, thank you, Michelle Bushnell, and you want to just transfer over to the sheriff? And
I do, but however, I do want to say that while I am highlighting Shelter Cove today, and it gives me chills to watch the video and chokes me up a lot, those are our neighbors and our volunteers and our people. You are one of, like you said, 32. Yeah. Every department does this every day. And when I need help, this is who I call, along with the sheriff's department. And it reduces me to tears many times. And so with that, I'm going to bring up Sheriff Hansel, and we're going to continue on with something else.
Awesome.
And thanks.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today. When I started talking to Michelle about just all the valiant efforts from Shelter Cove and the rescue team, you know, we thought it'd be fitting for them to receive a few awards in recognition of their efforts. You know, what I love about this is in the early 2000s, you know, they saw a need. They saw a need in their community to be able to provide that rescue element that just wasn't there. And so they formed the rescue team. And they just developed it, and they didn't get discouraged over the fact that they didn't have a life saved, and all their hard work and everything has paid off. And over the last couple of years, we've seen it, and it gives hope for people out there, because Shelter Cove is isolated, and if they're not there, help is not coming. And so it is something that we want to recognize. We also want to honor them today. So I'd like to have Captain Jack Hargrave come up. I'd like to have firefighter Josh Ramsey come up, and engineer Fire Captain George Angus Chambers come up. And also if we have any of the other Shelter Cove Ocean Rescue Team members, come on up, please.
Come on up. There you go. Woohoo!
So I'm addressing the board and you all at the same time, okay? So, you guys, it gives me chills as well. I mean, just to know that you guys are risking it all. I'm so happy that it was caught on video, because to see the treacherous elements that you expose yourself to, the selfless effort to put your lives on the line for others, is exactly what community is all about. It's that selfless service that we don't see anymore. We see people being selfish all over the place, okay? Self-serving. You all are not like that. And so we hope that this is infectious and that other people will suddenly take up the challenge and help their communities, to serve their communities, to do awesome things like this. When they see a need, they fill a need. And you guys have definitely done that. So on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and the people of the community, I want to present you all. Well, first off, someone wants to answer their phone? It's a background music. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. We got background music. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Awesome. Okay. The Distinguished Service Life-Saving Medal is going to be awarded to these heroes who performed exceptional selfless service to our community by responding and reacting to a stressful emergency with good judgment and bravery. Because of their heroic actions, there were people that were saved from immediate life-threatening situation. You guys saved a life, you know it, and not a lot of people can say that. But someone's alive and breathing today because of your actions. And so I want to present to you all the Life Saving Award.
Yeah.
Not as big as Billy's, but for your life-saving award as well.
But you can wear it too.
You can plaster it on the wall. Each one of you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you very much. I also want to say one thing, is that if it wasn't for the leadership of the fire chief, okay, and the partnership with CAL FIRE and the CAL FIRE BLM, this wouldn't be taking place, because we need good leaders out there that are able to pull people together and to also tell the elected bodies what you need and how we can help and to work alongside. The Sheriff's Office and our community are grateful for you guys every day, because we can't respond to all the searches out there. And you all are there every day doing your jobs, and we just thank you so much. So on behalf of everyone and everyone involved here, BLM, CAL FIRE, Shelter Cove, all of our volunteer fire departments, thank you guys. I want to give you guys a round of applause.
Okay, you have to stay though. One more thing. The entire Shelter Cove fire team, if you could come forward, and Sheriff Hunsel's going to stay.
You guys stay there.
So the Board of Supervisors would like to recognize the Shelter Cove Fire District and the Ocean Rescue Team for all of your efforts over the last year. And we all thank you and want to give you guys also an award for all of your efforts.
You know, Chief.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn.
Through the chair, Chief, and the rescue team, Sheriff Hansel said you were discouraged because you hadn't saved a life. But I think the other thing is, a former volunteer fire department, we were still getting pulled by horses back then. But the thing is, the idea of, and knowing full well the trials and tribulations of the ocean, of living on it and everything else, the recovery you make of the people that succumb to their injuries is just as, it's not maybe just as, but it is also warming to the families of the victims, that they get some sort of closure. It's an extreme closure, but so they don't have to think about it. And that's an extreme closure. So don't look at it as being not successful. It just wasn't, that day didn't play out for that person. But I think you should be very proud of any water recovery you make. More proud or happier for the ones that survive. But I just think you should realize that means a lot to the families for what you're doing. And we're seeing the video, what you go through to make those recoveries. So I'm in awe. I appreciate it. And thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we're setting a record for the most applauses on any.
Right,
thing.
we'll take it. We'll take it.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yeah,
excuse me.
absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just echo that. Thanks. I love and appreciate recreating in Shelter Cove
Yeah.
as someone who loves to come down there and spend time on the water and hike, and those conditions are very dynamic. And even people who are familiar with the area don't know it, but sometimes don't expect it. And visitors, sure don't, who are from other parts of the state and country, who just don't, who continually underestimate how wild the conditions can be. So I've also spent time stationed up at Sector Humboldt Bay, and I think something that people don't understand is how long it takes the helos to launch safely, and that it does take 40 minutes-ish to even just depart and do all the safety checks on their end. And so it can take quite some time for folks to see that response from the Coast Guard. And then given the sea state, the vessels also, are challenged. So you're fulfilling such an important service and augmenting that, that response that other agencies can provide. And I just wanted to echo how grateful I am, and thank you so much for what you do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There's another one. You guys are setting a high bar here.
Right,
So,
right.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, well, as someone who spent a lot of time in my youth in Shelter Cove, including learning how to drive on what were at the time
It's a good spot for it.
roads
Yeah.
that didn't have any houses on them. It was a great place to learn to do that. I will say that I haven't been to a lot of beaches around the world. I tell you, Black Sands Beach is probably the beach that makes me feel like I'm going to be eaten by the ocean more than any other, literally. And I want to say, especially if you've been on the trail for 4 or 5 days and got a 50-pound pack, and you want to walk on that hard pack that's next to as opposed to like grinding across the 2 or 3 miles left at the end of your hike. But man, the second you get close to those waves, you realize this is a really dangerous place to be. So I also want to recognize that it's the rescue efforts and the institution, both in humans and equipment and everything that you've made has been wonderful. But I want to also emphasize you guys have been doing a really wonderful job of education of the folks, the visitors, is actually really expanded. I think and the rescues that you haven't done or had to do are reflected in that. And I want to make sure that we always think about the efforts that also involve preventing these things from happening. And I think you guys have done, your community and your institution specifically have done a wonderful job of doing that. And I just want to really appreciate that effort. So yeah, thanks a lot. I visit there occasionally still these days, and I it's a really amazing and beautiful place, and you guys are blessed to call it home.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything final?
I was going to say to Supervisor Bohn's, that the bringing the victims, remains back to the family is something that we do take pride in. With the incident Black Sands, that was probably the most heroic part of that, is they had already recovered the survived patient successfully, and they were already spent, and they went back into a more dangerous spot to recover the body. Yeah. So we absolutely take pride in that, and that was driving us. And the patient rescues that we get that can go back to their loved ones alive and well is added a little bit on top of that. Also, as BLM, they deserve credit for their education as well. They really doubled down and said, hey, we're going to put out more signs, work with us quite a bit more for a wilderness area. That's a big step for them. And we have seen that. We've seen the number of people that call 911 early instead of going and trying to help. Any little bit out there helps us. So again, we appreciate that it has been recognized, and hopefully it does save a life in the future. So.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and we're going to go to public comment, and I'm going to Zoom first, and I have two hands now. 5415, this is your opportunity to comment. Star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Sandy Miles, and I'm a resident of Shelter Cove. And I just want to say that I am so very grateful to this department for your valiant efforts, making our community a better, safer home, and for saving the life of a colleague and dear friend of mine on May 22nd, 2022. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure I speak for the entire community. Thanks.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 7429, star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Roby Tenorio, and I live in Edwardsburg, somewhat a little distance to the Cove, but I'm calling in deep appreciation of the Shelter Cove Department and Chief Pape, because not only do they help the community of Shelter Cove, they also help all of our local departments with trainings and working together, and I really don't know what we would do without these departments down here. It'd be a difficult life to live without them, and I am eternally grateful for all of their incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to those here in the audience today who would like to make comment. Please come forward. Line up if you're here for that. 2 minutes. Welcome.
Again, I'm Frederick Breckenridge, and boy, did I pick the right meeting for my first one to attend. I'm a United States Army veteran with combat medic training. I know what it's like to save somebody's life, bring them back to life. Never give up. Keep pumping. You know, I'm reminded of the time when we were diving for Rachel Bruner's little brother in Trinidad. You know, I checked off the point by Witch's Hat. You know, I have a Facebook page, Emerald Flow, to promote water safety and responsibility, because we have more waterways than any other county, I think, in California, and possibly this coast. I also own Home Bay Rentals. And eventually, I announced that in the February City Council meeting of Eureka, and great reception to it. And I had a flight around the bay in Deputy Bickle's private airplane scheduled for Rex Bohn and myself and Deputy Bickle to go over that. And I can't say what a relief it is to see this kind of enthusiasm and effort to keep people safe, because, you know, we lose them every year. And I think that's about all I can really say, except for just never give up.
Never give up. Thank you, commenter. Okay, any other commenters? Go ahead. Welcome. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Gordon Clatworthy, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. I'm also retired Coast Guard, and I know what it's like to recover bodies and understand that it's a lot of mental strain on the people that pull off those rescues. And as soon as a body hits the water, there's a timer. You gotta get them out before hypothermia sets in, and just having a station there like that is really, really important for the community and for everybody. And I'm just in awe of the amount of work that they've done. And I really like that little wheeled boat. I love that thing.
Thank you. Next.
Hey, I'm Colin Ewing, Field Manager for Bureau of Land Management here in Humboldt County out of Arcata Field Office. Was not prepared to speak today, but felt compelled to just come up and again thank the Board of Supervisors here and all of our partners, especially, of course, Chief Pape and the Shelter Cove Fire. You know, BLM's not really equipped to do search and rescue. We're responsible for managing the land and the recreation in the Shelter Cove area, or a lot of it. And we really rely on our partners, specifically down there, of course, Shelter Cove Fire. So we do as much as we can to partner with them, but they are really out there first on scene. And this partnership that we have with Captain Chambers, the BLM guy that you saw there come up, and the Shelter Cove Fire is really a unique partnership. where our engine captain is volunteering with the local fire department. So I think he deserves a lot of credit for spending that extra time to do that, and really appreciate Shelter Cove Fire, bringing him into the fold. And I think it makes for a much smoother coordination between these agencies that are doing emergency response. So really appreciate everybody's help. Also, of course, CAL FIRE and Humboldt County Sheriff's Department, we rely heavily on you for all of the emergency response on BLM managed public lands here. So one more thing, the person who drowned was a BLM volunteer student intern, and the person that was rescued was one of our employees. So, even more so for that reason, we really thank Shelter Cove Fire and all that you do.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning. I also was not prepared to speak. My name is Casey Hallahan. I'm a park ranger with the Bureau of Land Management, and Shelter Cove Fire saved my life. My peer, Brooke Shriver, was the one who went into the ocean, and I acted immediately to save her because of the quick response time of my colleagues also on the beach. We were able to be rescued. I was able to be rescued. Looking back on the beach and seeing Angus, who works for BLM Fire and Shelter Cove Fire, on the beach, I had total confidence that Shelter Cove Fire was on their way, and I just had to keep swimming, and that they were gonna do their thing. And I have total confidence in Shelter Cove Fire. We don't have any search and rescue along Lost Coast Trail. We rely entirely on the backs of volunteer firefighters, and so it's great having this experience and being able to translate that to visitors. And I'm eternally grateful for everything that they do for us in our community.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll bring it back here to the board for consideration of a motion.
Wow, what a way to end that. Once again, I want to thank Shelter Cove Fire and all of the volunteer fire departments, Humboldt County Sheriffs, BLM, CAL FIRE, and all the volunteers that do this work. And I will make a motion to accept this presentation.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Wilson. Any further discussion? Yeah, Supervisor Bohn?
And I guess that's the reason Russ and Kurt and head of the CAL FIRE and head of the fire department, Fortuna, I think they respect what you're doing and understand the training together. I know you guys train in Fortuna and down in Soham, so I want to thank both of them for showing up. And I want to especially thank Mr. McCray for making it a very good fire season so far, so thank you.
Absolutely, CAL FIRE is there for us. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Of course it does. Great. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay. Well, we have time sets at 1 o'clock, but we have several items to do, and I have a time constraint from one of our department directors, so I'm actually going to go ahead and ask Juan Pablo Cervantes to come up, and we're going to discuss the item, which is a resolution authorizing the county clerk, recorder, and registrar of voters to not list supporters and opponents of local measures on county ballots for all future elections. I'm hoping that we might get this done quickly. I mean, we'll see. We don't want to shut things down, but we also are going to try and get in our 2 cannabis items between now and 1 o'clock. So welcome, Juan Pablo.
Thank you. Assembly Bill AB 1416 was passed by the state legislature in 2022 with an effective date of January 1st, 2023. AB 1416 adds a requirement that the supporters and opponents of state measures be listed on the ballot label, or that a similar description be provided on the ballot. The bill gives counties the option of printing the list of supporters and opponents of local measures on the ballot as well. The list could include associations, nonprofit organizations, businesses, and individuals taken from the signers or the text of the arguments in favor or against the measure printed in the voter information guide. The list of supporters and opponents are each limited to a maximum of 125 characters. That bit's going to be important later on. Opting into the additional printing will result in cost increases for ballot production and printing, will result in additional ballot space for each local measure printed on the ballot, and will increase the possibility for electioneering and promotion of candidates who may be on the ballot and are also signers of the measure. The requirement would also put the elections office in the position of accepting or denying abbreviations of supporters and opponents that may not be clear due to the maximum character limit, and in turn may result in challenges to perceived unfair determinations. Election Code Section 9170 does allow a mechanism to opt out of printing supporters and opponents of local measures as set forth in subsection D. The subsection states as follows. At least 30 days before the deadline for submitting arguments for or against county measures, a county board of supervisors may elect not to list supporters and opponents for county, city, district, and school measures on the county ballot and future county ballots. The proposed action would allow the elections office to not list supporters and opponents of local measures in all future county ballots in accordance with Section 9170. I listed a lot of reasons there. The first one I mentioned has to do with county finances and the increased cost to running an election. That's actually one of my lesser concerns. At the forefront of my worries about this piece of legislation is the potential for electioneering. AB 1416 could cause a situation in which a candidate's name could appear on the ballot multiple times, not just in their race, but in measures that they may support. It adds a gamification to that process. Another primary reason for my wanting us to opt out is the ever-increasing length of the ballot and the impact it has to enfranchisement. We have pretty strong data to suggest that a longer ballot ends up increasing the likelihood of undervotes on a card, so that the longer a ballot gets, the fewer folks vote on things later on in the ballot. In Humboldt County, we have, for the most part, a regular two-page, two-sided ballot in major presidential cycles. AB 1416 is probably going to get us onto a third card. This often impacts people of lower socioeconomic status more than others. When we think of the voting process, we're really asking folks to fill out paperwork at this point, and the longer we make that paperwork, the more onus there is on the voter to get through all of that. With folks that have multiple jobs and kids and whatnot, that onus becomes pretty extreme. The information that AB 1416 is asking us to put on the ballot is already on the voter information guide. That information is already readily available to the public. I've reached out to my peers in this space, whether in the county or out. In the county, I spoke with the various city clerks, and they're in support of us opting out. I reached out to the League of Women Voters. AB 1416 was pushed forward by the state League of Women Voters. And I wanted to have an understanding as to where our local league stood on it. There was a letter that they sent out to y'all, and I wanted to connect with them on some of their issues. The primary argument that I hear is that voters don't have the time to get through the voter information guide, that the guide presents so much information that folks go into the voting booth uninformed. My concern with making that ballot longer is that we'll slowly be turning the ballot into the voter information guide and transferring the problem forward. I chatted with some of our league members. They haven't taken a position officially, but I think we kind of understand where we're at, and the decision falls on you all. I'm asking for y'all to opt out indefinitely at the moment in the proposed action that I put in my routing for the board. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Another concern that we have is litigation going forward through this. March is going to be the first time we see this at a state level. I would much rather not be one of the pioneering counties when it comes to the issues that this could present on the ballot. And the board always has the opportunity to come back and revisit this. If y'all aren't interested in opting out indefinitely, I'd highly encourage you to at least opt out through March.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Any clarifying questions from the board? Supervisor Bushnell and then Bohn.
So the information that would be printed is available otherwise, correct?
That's correct. It's in the voter information guide. It's a duplication of what's in the voter information guide on the ballot.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn?
So the voter information guide has 125 listed supporters and opponents?
Characters, as in
each letter.
Letters. So it's a character limit. So the longer the name, the fewer the names on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The voter information guide has slightly different limitations, but those limitations are more expansive.
Now, what did this pass the legislature by? I always wonder why. Not that I agree with some of the stuff that comes out of there, but I'm just, what did that pass by? I mean, and what was the theory behind that? And I'm going to support you on this. I'm just trying to, how the hell did we get here?
I think my understanding, and the league would be a better group of folks to ask about the legislative process on that. My understanding that it has to do with voter information and the idea that that we address folks voting on measures. There's this idea that the propositions and measures process results in folks voting on things without all of the relevant information. And so I think the league's intention was to move some of the information from the voter information guide to directly before voters as they're voting.
Kind of like 4757, great titles, but bad delivery.
Yeah. It's also called
so
the Ballot Disclose Act.
What did your group come up with? I mean, I know you go to meetings with the election. What did your group, when this came up? You have 58 counties with an elections officer. What did you guys do when this was coming up in 2022? Did you come out opposed to it?
My understanding is that we didn't take a stance at all. At this point, a great majority of counties have opted out. I can't really speak to why we didn't oppose. I wasn't a board member at that time.
Do you have a number that's opted out? I mean, you say a great number, and
we're at about 15 or 16 counties. Some of them are
have opted out.
That have opted out.
Out of
that's
58.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
20,
and yeah.
Some of us are in the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Supervisor Arroyo.
With AB 1416, is it, I know it says, do proponents of these measures put forward their own list of those supporters and opponents of 125 characters, or is it those that were the biggest financial contributors?
There's a list of precedents in the law that directs it, and so it'll be based on the type of person. So you'll have proponents be at the top of the list. The county would be second, and then you'd move down through organizations all the way down to individuals. Once you get down to individuals, it becomes difficult it'll be my office that makes that decision. And that's one of those decisions I'd like to not necessarily have to make.
And the list is limited to 125 characters total, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's not very many names.
No, it's not. It's 2 to 3 names.
And when you say proponents, does it define those as those that were financially proponents or the ones that wrote it?
It doesn't make that distinction.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would your office make that distinction?
So the voter information guide process is kind of what other counties are looking at through this lens, and so it'll be the same process that we go by in terms of listing supporters and opposers, arguments in favor and against. Some of that is first come, first serve. We rarely are in a situation in which we have more folks than we have the space for them, though.
That sounds like a very difficult type of decision to make, though, with respect to with respect to ensuring fairness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to public comment, and I have one hand up in the Zoom, and that is 7718. *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Yes, I strongly support what Juan Pablo Cervantes says. It totally makes sense to opt out of this. No reason to complicate this particular thing. And I had the same reaction that possibly Rex Bohn did, 125 characters. Does that mean characters as far as people go? But then I read a little further. Anyway, strongly support this. Move forward, please. I think one of the biggest things we need is, of course, that we need to make sure that in this whole process, that the impartial analysis done by county staff on voter initiatives is done in an impartial manner. So anyway, thank you for this. Move forward.
Great, thank you very much. And no other hands up in Zoom. We'll see who here in the audience today would like to comment, and we've got one person coming forward and perhaps another after her. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm standing here to prove that I can change my mind. When I read transparency in the Time Standard Sunday morning, all my hackles stood up. And after listening to Juan Pablo, whom I respect a great deal, I am changing my mind, and I hope that you will follow Juan Pablo's direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And anybody else? Welcome.
Thank you, Gordon Clatworthy, running for 1st District Supervisor. I respect Juan Pablo, but I have to disagree. I think even the little bit of information available to voters is important. I believe that a lot of people mail in ballots so they have time to look over things, but for people that maybe can't and walk into a booth to vote, they should be voting with as much information as they can get. I want elections that are fair, that we understand who's putting forward things that we're voting on, and with that we can understand their motivations. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing nobody else moving towards the podium, I'll bring it back here to the board. I believe Supervisor Wilson had a comment.
Yeah, and I'm happy to make a motion in support of the resolution. Although I have to say, as Mr. Cervantes would attest, when I walked through the lobby this morning, and I let him know that I wasn't quite there yet for this resolution, and he assured me that he would offer some robust arguments, which I've heard today. I think the main thing that that has moved me in favor of the resolution is that it hasn't been tested, and there we have an opportunity not to be a part of that testing process, and knowing that the litigation that can come out of legislation and or initiatives that aren't well thought out with relationship to the details of the application can drag us down some places where we just don't really have the capacity to deal with it in this moment. I do actually really agree with and support the intent of what was being trying to be legislated here. I think that's really important. I do think that the application has some flaws, and I think taking a pause on that for us would be valuable and practical. So I'm willing to support this resolution. I'm also willing to support the idea of a time frame for this resolution. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, and then maybe asking for it to be brought back to us again. I'm willing to do that as well. But in this moment, if it's just the resolution by itself, I would be supportive. And I'm making a motion to approve the resolution as is.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion, but if I could have you come back up, I have a question.
Okay.
If I could ask you, and I do trust your, you to guide us as the voters have elected you to do so, but if I could ask you a question of if you feel like there's any downfall to doing this, what would it be? And also, on the tails of that, do you think Supervisor Wilson's suggestion of putting, say, and I would say 2 years because, we only have 2 election cycles a year or whatever, do you think it's worthy of that?
I do. I can't think of any downfalls of opting out at the moment. Like I said, the information, it is not the case that we are not being transparent. This isn't really a matter of transparency. Information that we have, we make it very available. We have voter information guides at the polling places, so it's not like we're hiding anything. And so in that sense, I don't see any possible downfalls, but I'm fallible. And so I'm open to revisiting this.
Well, I understand that. And then with Supervisor Arroyo's question of who chooses the, with only having the 125 characters, and then who chooses, that seems fallible to me. That in itself is like, well, who chooses that?
Yeah.
It's one of the things that I'm hoping we see pan out through March. I think we'll have a pretty good gauge of where this all lands after this upcoming March election. There will be measures and propositions on that March ballot, and so hopefully other counties get to work their way through all of that and maybe pave a smoother path for us. Whether it's a year or even, I'd be open to revisiting this shortly after March, after we certify in March. We'll have the bigger bumps will be more visible at that point.
Could I ask the motion maker then that we bring this back in 1 year, which you didn't make?
Supervisor Wilson?
Through the chair, I'm happy to amend the motion that this be brought back in 1 year, but I would ask that that be on Mr. Cervantes to do that. And so if you agree to bring it back in 1 year, it would have to be on our agenda, and so this resolution would be amended with a 1 year time limit. Is that something we can do here on the dais, or?
County Council.
I don't necessarily believe that you would have to amend the resolution. I believe that you could direct staff to come back within a year to review how the process has gone up to that point.
Okay, I'm happy to add that to the motion. Thanks.
Okay, that's staff direction. And Supervisor Arroyo?
I think your CAO has a...
CAO Hayes first.
Just a point of clarification on whether or not you want to have this conversation before the November election, in which case 1 year might be a little bit too long.
So we're directing staff to bring it back, and I'm going to assume that you're going to use your best judgment to bring that back after the March election, perhaps before November, depending on how things pan out. Does that work for everybody?
I'm going to look at the motion maker.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to staff's discretion.
And the seconder is fine with that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, but first Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, that was what I was going to say. We
Okay.
probably want to hear it. I don't necessarily want to give you a date, and also I just wanted to express appreciation for this and just agree with the idea that we can learn from what other counties collect as far as data. I anticipate that most counties gauge return rates, and if they drop off precipitously or they notice some differences or confusion at the polling places, we can learn from that. But I also want to note and lift up that we're going to have some different processes this year too. We'll have vote centers for the first time. They'll be open for longer. Things are changing with elections, and I also think there's a lot of validity in ensuring that there isn't too much change at once for folks, so that they understand the process, learn about it, continue good habits of voting and participating in our democracy. And I just There's been so much hubbub around elections that I agree that trying to stay the course to the extent possible while we implement some of these new changes that came from different pieces of legislation would be really helpful in this upcoming election cycle. And I don't doubt that the March primary is going to be a little bit politically chaotic as well. So we want people to vote more than anything, to consistently trust the voting process, trust that they understand it. And you know, I do think it makes sense to consider implementing this later if we learn what there is to learn from other counties.
Okay, Pablo.
One last piece of clarity. This is only for local measures. So the statewide propositions will still have those that support and oppose. So we'll be able to track the difference throughout the state pretty well. We keep data on undervotes. We'll see what this does to everyone else.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
So I don't think it's going to be that hard picking who, because you're going to have a list of 1,000 names. I mean, I think you can throw a dart at it. But so on the characters, are there titles included too?
There are, yeah. It's going to be 100.
So right here, if I'm doing my math, and I just did it with my toes and my fingers, we're 108 characters if we just include everybody's supervisor, Michelle Bushnell, supervisor. We're at 108, so throw in whoever, you know, our sixth supervisor or whatever the case may be, or whoever it is today. We're at 125 right there, and that'd be 6 names. So I'm what we're trying to avoid is so minute, and we're trying to make something, I'm going to support it, but I mean, to make it think it's going to be really hard to pick 6 names out of, I imagine somebody's got 1,000 supporters. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy to, so.
It's a matter of which names and whether some of those names are already on the ballot elsewhere. And so say I was running for a harbor commission, just out of the blue. Know nothing about the harbor, so don't vote for me if I ever run for harbor commission. And I understand that there's local measures that are more popular with certain segments of Humboldt County. I can try to game that and make sure that my name appears more often on the ballot than my opponent's.
But that's where you come in saying, okay, you're already on the ballot. You're not going to be a proponent too. There you go.
And that's where the litigation may come in. That's where the code doesn't necessarily allow me to discriminate based off that kind of criteria.
Everything's litigation.
That's where we
just so
give
you know.
Scott a slightly bigger budget for the item.
All right, we've had a robust discussion. I know when this first came up, I was thinking 135 characters. Well, I'm one character, and so we could have 135 characters, but at any rate. All right, I think we've had a good discussion. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and to clarify, one of the bones of contention or possible controversies would be around what Supervisor Bohn was mentioning, which is the titles, because oftentimes when you're trying to stuff in as many more information as possible, then you abbreviate titles. I have seen this controversy happen even within our own elections office, as well as others with relationship to ballot folks getting on the ballot and the title abbreviations being controversial, and I could see that happening again. So for this moment, I'm happy to support this with it coming back with an analysis of the result. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wilson and a second by Supervisor Bushnell. Let's go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, well, we have a number of items left on the agenda. We do have our 1 o'clock time set, and I believe that's fairly firm. We do have some outside counsel coming in, is that correct? Yep. So the 2 cannabis items are basically next to discuss, and I had a request to do the tax item first, and because I know that Supervisor Bushnell will have something to say about that issue before she departs temporarily from that item. Is that correct? Nope, they're not time set. Neither one is. So we'll start with the I1, which is options to consider related to cannabis cultivation excise tax. we'll start with that, and Supervisor Bushnell.
Okay, so I am going to be recusing per FPPC. I have excise tax that is in my name, and as such, financially, I have a direct interest. So this is the one thing cannabis and the only thing that I do have to recuse from. So I'll be stepping off the dais.
All right, thank you for that, Supervisor Bushnell. And do we have a presentation on this item?
Yes, I will take that. Chair Madrone.
Okay, thank you. CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair. As your board knows, the cannabis industry is a vital sector of Humboldt County and has struggled over recent years. And accordingly, your board has taken significant action to help support our local cultivators. In February of '22, your board reduced the county's Measure S cannabis excise tax by 85%. And then in November of 2022, your board followed that up with a 2-year suspension of those taxes for tax year 2023 and tax year 2024. Sometimes these years can get confusing as we refer to them. Just as a reminder, we tax 1 year in arrears from the cultivation year. In addition, your board deferred all of the outstanding payments until October of 2023, and you waived the penalties for the October installment of 2022. So this gave a bit of a reprieve for folks to get caught up if they had any outstanding balances during this downtime when they were not being assessed any additional excise taxes. Furthermore, through collaboration with your treasurer tax collector, your board and the county is now accepting partial payments and payment plans on outstanding balances. In follow-up to the direction from your board in November of last year, today staff seeks direction from your board to consider the reassessment of the Measure S cannabis excise tax rates for the tax year 2025, which would be on the 2024 cultivation year. To confirm that your board would like for the county to resume collection of outstanding excise tax balances in November of 2023, as was previously directed last year. Furthermore, that direction did stipulate that enforcement would also resume. Enforcement does need some further examination, both on revocation potentially of permits and also enforcement of outstanding tax balances and what that might look like. So staff seeks direction from your board on whether you would like for staff to develop an enforcement plan and return to your board at a future date with some potential options on what that might look like after consulting with planning and building, the treasurer tax collector, and council on what our parameters available to us in enforcement are. In addition, your board can provide any other direction as you deem appropriate. And with that, I throw it over to your board for what I would anticipate to be a very robust discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, CIO Hayes. Any questions, clarifying remarks from the board at this point before we go to the public? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to the public and get their input on what we're considering here. And going to Zoom, there is a hand up, but first clarifying question from Supervisor Bohn. And the hands are starting to come up.
To the CAO. So there's no reason as we go, this is a tax that we only apply to cannabis. We don't do this with any other commodity grown, raised, processed, or anything else in the county, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's a clarification, because I usually get people saying, well, reduce my taxes. And I says, no, they still have to pay those other taxes. This is just this is a tax we collected $59 million from over a 5-year period. And then there was a bump in the road, and we've done this with other industries, and have talked about timber industry a few years ago with the Redwood campaign. And there's no reason we couldn't set it off for another year, because there has been a small bit of stability in the industry this year. Things are, there's, the light at the end of the tunnel is not bright, but it looks better than it has. Safe banking passed the Senate. It's in the Senate for the first time ever. It's always passed the House, but it's in the Senate and looking good on that, which will open things up. Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 is happening. So it will allow us to, or the cultivators to get back in, but with a little bit of help. So is that, we could go another year without the tax, is that an option we're going to allow, right?
It is fully within your board's discretion to suspend if your board so chose.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I will say, without that federal legislation, one of the things that's very different about cannabis is that cannabis farmers are not allowed to write off their expenses like every other retail business in the country. And if you can imagine running your business without actually being able to write off your expenses, you can probably start imagining what kind of a hardship that might be. At any rate, any other clarifying remarks? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public and get their input. We do have 2 hands, 3 hands, and they're going to keep going up probably. On Zoom, we've got 7718 first in line. Star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, Tim Swarovski. I was the character who wrote the opposition to Measure S, so that'd be me. And I personally don't have a problem with forgoing taxes for another year. I do have a problem with either forgiving the existing taxes that are due, and I guess that may be a topic we will discuss a little bit later on the other topic, but it is very relevant to this, and those taxes need to be paid and not extended. I don't have a problem with no additional penalties or something like that happening, but the large amount of money that's owed to the county needs to be paid, and no matter what the circumstances there are, that's imperative. So that's my recommendation. Don't have a problem with another year of not paying the taxes, and by that time, I think most of them will have sorted out and found other occupations most likely. But that's my prediction, and the main thing is to make sure everybody's paying the taxes that are owed, the $14.7 million or whatever it is, and look forward to that happening and not be forgiven or extended as far as those go. Most of those are less than $30,000, and a lot of them are less than $20,000. And for those people who are making payments, I want to say thank you to those people. There's very few. I think there's only 27,216 worth of payments made. 500 on the payment plan, 514.62. Thank you, opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And next we have 2223. Star 6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Craig Jopp in Global Farms. And to speak for a moment, yes, we're one of the farms that have paid our taxes in full, and we're currently current. And we would greatly ask that this get pushed out another year. And, the wish would be that we get rid of this punitive tax, kind of what Rex was referring to. I'm sorry, Supervisor Bohn was referring to. And with this looming HCRI or Measure A over us for the past year and a half or so, it has really put a freeze on how we pursue and look into our future, because it's uncertain at this time. So until we can get past that, we really need to put a freeze on these other things, so we can figure out how to move forward after that. So I really look forward if we could put a 2-year, because 1 year is great, but then we still need to react to HCRI after that and then start figuring out our future. So I'm going to ask for 2 years at this moment, And I appreciate how educated the board is around all these matters. And I'll be listening from here on out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 9687, star 6 to unmute. There you go, welcome.
Thank you. Kelly Flores with Margaret Advisors. You know, the industry remains economically challenged, yet continues to support the community. If you think about the purchase of nutrients, of supplies, even of equipment, in addition to providing jobs and the livelihoods of so many. You know, an excise tax burden would continue to depress the industry as it attempts to stabilize. And so many farms are still struggling to survive. But they continue to make investments to improve their land, to add drought resilience, even renewable energy. Please don't allow this progress to be halted with a tax burden they cannot meet. So many had expected industry growth with federal legalization, but despite a majority of states being legal and a discussion of descheduling of cannabis, and even the bill for cannabis banking that Supervisor Bohn mentioned, none of these efforts have succeeded. The national and global opportunities have not yet materialized. We ask that the county wait until the industry conditions enable those revenue opportunities that would support a local industry tax. But unfortunately, resuming the excise tax at this time is just not economically viable for this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, commenter. And that is it with the hands up in Zoom. So we'll go to those here in the audience today. Please come forward and line up over on the side so we can be efficient. And you'll have 2 minutes, so welcome.
Thank you, Gordon Cloudworthy, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. The cannabis industry is definitely struggling right now, and stopping this tax would be the best thing that we could do for them. There are so many changes coming up with changing from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which will allow them to write off business expenses. And there are all kinds of things coming up, big changes with the industry. My one concern is I believe that Supervisor Bohn might have a immediate family member that's involved in the cannabis cultivation industry. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if that's something that we can talk about. But also the threatening permits for not paying the suspended taxes seems a little off. I think we should probably expand permitting instead of cutting it down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And next. And again, anybody else that might want to speak, please come on over and line up. Okay, welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ross Gordon on behalf of Humboldt County Growers Alliance. We would support an additional 1-year suspension of the Measure S tax, including tax year 2024. For some background, we did surveying of our members. This was around last year at this time, and found that under those market conditions, 65% of cannabis farmers were selling below cost of production, meaning essentially they were paying money to grow cannabis. Another 20% were breaking even, and about 15% were turning a small profit. So if we look at how market conditions have changed over the past year, we do hear anecdotally from some farmers that the market has picked up a little bit. But if you look at the data, and there's cannabis benchmarks data, which actually show between August 2022 and July 2023, the weighted wholesale average for cannabis actually dropped from $815 a pound to $765 a pound in California. So we're seeing about the same, maybe even reduced market conditions depending on how you measure it. And for reference, this is compared to $1,489 a pound in July 2021. So we're still seeing the market cut about in half from where it was at its peak. And so also want to just agree with the previous commenter that because Measure A is going to be on the ballot in March, we really don't know the viability of the cannabis industry here headed into 2024. And we feel like it provides a really strong reason to sort of kick this conversation into next year and then reconsider. On the question of enforcement, I want to say that we do support enforcement of past due balances. However, we'd ask that you really give cultivators an opportunity to get on a payment plan, and that enforcement is reserved for cultivators who are past due, who either are not getting on a payment plan or are not following through on a payment plan in good faith. And that rather than permit revocation, which is, we feel, pretty dramatic, suspension be looked at as really the first resort for those folks who seem not to be paying in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And anyone else, please come forward. All right, seeing no movement towards the podium, we'll bring it back here to the board for discussion. Any board member have any comments? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and my biggest fear is if we don't do a payment plan, we're not going to solve any issues. We're just going to put more burden on our sheriff because we're going to have people go underground. It's not like they're going to stop cultivating. So the people that have stepped up and legally entered the market, we kind of made a contractual agreement with them that we would work with them. Not for necessarily late payments, but things happen, and I would much rather keep those permits active because they obviously they've got a permit. They've actually gone through the process and the lengthy process to become legal. So if they have a payment plan in place, suspend for 1 year, put a payment plan together, they're not too elongated, but as Ross said, they want to pay, some are paying, and I think as we move forward, I think that would probably be the best option for right now. And so, yeah, that's kind of where I'm going to sit on it.
Thank you. And Supervisor Wilson.
I'm going to ask staff for a few questions, and I apologize for not giving warning on this with relationship to, usually I try to do that, but I think maybe, and it's possible Director Ford may have some answers for this, and it is around the question about with relationship to the cost with relationship to permitting for cannabis currently, and sort of like our budgetary issues around that. I mean, typically we have been been the fees that have been associated with that and inspections and those sorts of things, but it feels like these days that we're starting to get underwater with relationship to managing sort of the totality of cannabis from an administrative perspective, and then there's also sort of the impacts to other departments. And can we speak to that a little bit? And I apologize that I didn't give you fair warning on this, so if you take a minute to gather your thoughts, it's fine too.
Thanks, and I'm just going to kind of repeat the question back to you so I make sure I'm answering the right question. And that is that there is a county cost to the current permitting system associated with cannabis. And the way it's set up, that's not supposed to happen. Cannabis is designed, as is all current planning projects, to be cost recovery. One of the things that we've run into is a situation where not all applicants are paying their fees. They will get a permit or be within the permitting system and have a balance due and then not pay that. Our alternative to address that is to send it to collections. Some people have come in and gotten on a payment plan. We were offering payment plans for a while, but we basically had one full-time staff doing nothing but managing payment plans. And so that became more cost than what we were taking in, so we stopped that. We currently have an accounts receivable balance of $2.1 million. 1.4 million of that is over 90 days old. 200,000 of that is less than 30 days old.
Through the chair. So if we were to recover everything without the additional cost of going through cost recovery, and as everyone knows about collections cost money. This is why there's collection companies, right? They make money off that. But assuming that there was no cost to that collection, would we be even in terms of what we expend in what we administrate with relation? I want to also emphasize that we're doing a lot of what the state is requiring with relationship to these licenses. So the state requires that these licenses meet certain certain whether we do it or whether the state does it. These are requirements that the state has, including with relationship to our ordinance. Again, going through our democratic process to create that. But even if we collected all that money, would we be a net positive, even, or net negative? Do you think in sort of managing this department?
It's a really important question. The way it's designed is that it would be net even.
Yeah.
We would be just simply cost recovery. And so there's two elements that we've been struggling with there. One is payment of invoices, and two is frankly how much time planners actually bill to working on the projects.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, I want to go back to the intent of the voters with relationship to Measure S. When we went through, this was put on the ballot, this board, I wasn't on the board at the time, came up with language for Measure S to put forward to the voters. And the idea at the time, the understanding was, hey, we're legalizing this activity that had not been paying taxes directly into the system for a long time, and yet there was a lot of use of services with relationship to roads and public health and all the other things that society needs to keep the wheels on the bus of sort of civil society that weren't being typically paid in relative to other industries. And so the board put forward to the voters this concept of, hey, we'll collect some money with relationship to those things, and that'll be reinvested in the community and be helpful, but also take care of some of the impacts that are associated with some of these activities. And so now we're at this place where we're not receiving those funds currently in any way, shape, or form, and we're kind of going into the negative. I'm just putting out there that the voters really had in mind that there would be some mitigation with relationship to this activity and this particular industry. I didn't vote for the. I voted for the reduction of the 85%. I didn't vote for the reduction from 85% to 0 or to the suspension because I really felt like that it was important, even at that minor amount, to keep people in the system and paying a little bit to help us administrate through these bumps, right? Because just the straight up fee structure we have isn't working. We're the public, in essence, is paying for when we don't collect. Then everyone else has to pay for that. And so I'm still of the mind that even if we were to do a 10% collection or reestablish the tax at 10% of what, again, was the maximum that the public voted for, which was $1 per square foot in the sun, $2 per square foot, I don't know what you call it, mixed light, thank you for that, and $3 per square foot indoor. I apologize for not getting that vernacular correct. And so at 10%, it would be 10 cents per square foot and 20 cents per square foot and maybe and 30 cents per square foot. I think that would bring in enough revenue that actually within a couple years, we would be able to recoup some of these losses associated with this. And I think, and it would keep people in the process. And one of the things that happens is like when you revoke the tax, which is what happened, then getting people back into that system is pretty difficult, as we're seeing today. So those are my thoughts on that. I'm not going to, now I'm just pontificating and I'm looking at John, and you're not supposed to give me an answer for this, so I apologize for that. I'm not putting you on the spot, but I just wanted to, put out there, if we were to, and maybe this is a question for the CAO, if we were to do a 10% tax, is there a estimate of what that might generate for this, and so that we can start to recoup some of these losses?
We were not able to provide accurate estimates at this point because we've sort of been out of the game for so long, right? It's been over a year since we've collected. There's also, been litigation since that time around cultivation area that it is a consideration. So we didn't really feel comfortable trying to put together what would a 10, 15, 50%. We've really got to do a recalibration of what that even looks like. And also, reassessing what a delinquency rate might look like. When we first started assessing the excise tax, we were right around a 20% delinquency rate. We started to see that, really get to be higher and higher and higher, where our estimations were becoming, wildly overstated. So I think in the current year, we have 0 budgeted for the excise tax. And so if your board were to reinstitute a tax, we would be very, very, very conservative. And what we did receive would be a bit of a surplus while we monitored how the industry behaved.
And through the chair, even a 10% tax, and I'm just calling it loosely 10%, the square foot rate would probably be around 14 cents per square foot because the CPI has occurred. The CPI has occurred. And so that would be, for a 10,000 square foot farm, would be about $1,400 a year. Is that in terms of like if it was just outdoor and not mixed light? Do I have that about right? So, no? Yeah. For 10,000 square feet, right. Yeah. 14 cents per square foot.
14 cents on 10,000 square feet, it's about $1,400.
Yeah, it's about $1,400. Okay. So, again, it's like looking at sort of like the overall cost benefit analysis. I still feel like it is beneficial to keep people in the system of this taxation moving forward, because there is an expectation from the public that we're trying to mitigate for some of these issues. And now I think we have to think about trying to mitigate for the losses of folks not paying sort of the back end of this. And I have a hard time putting that on the general public, as opposed to sort of the industry writ large. And so those are my thoughts on this. I'm happy to have discussion about it, but that's where I'm at with relationship to this subject matter. And I do actually agree with all the comments with relation to the collections that were brought forward by the industry representative today. Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn.
How many people work in the cultivation department or arm of the Public Works Department now, or the planning department?
We have about 7. No,
How many-
sorry, 10.
How many permits have we issued in the last 6 months?
We've issued 77 permits so far this year, cultivation permits.
So 77 in 10 months or 9 months.
Yep, 8.
So
a little over 8.
So 10 a month or 8, 9 a month. So 1 per individual a month. I'm having a hard time. I think there's time to have a collections person. I think they're doing a great job, but I've got something I've got to bring forward to you, that somebody scheduled a inspection, and the guy had just been inspected the week before, and then they called him up to tell him that we screwed up. We've already inspected you. We're not going to, but they billed him a half hour to remind him that they'd screwed up. And I know you close your eyes, John, and I'm saying, but this is a real bill that says, for a phone call telling you that we goofed up. So
Supervisor Bohn, did we take that off the invoice?
No, not yet. You will. I'm sure we're going to. But
yes,
the problem
of
is it
course
was
we are.
billed. And what I'm saying is, somewhere in there, as we all sit back and talk about, because we do so many things that the general public pays for to make for better life all the way around, because I hear this all the time. Rural living costs everybody so much more money. Rural farming, rural logging, everything. But we pay for a lot of stuff to try to make everything work forward. They have been, and much like I said, when this tax passed, we estimated bringing in $2.3 million. I think, was it 2.3, 2.5 or something like that. We made $59 million in 5 years. So we should have taken a lot of those things that you mentioned, Mr. Wilson, we should have probably corrected. But right now, if we're going to bring this back in any way whatsoever, I just, and I guess 10% is fine. I think one more year with nothing would be fine. But I think what we need to do is look at our administration of what we're doing with these. Is there any way we can streamline? We've talked about this before, John, and everything else, because I think he has the quality of people that we're doing better as a county because the state required stuff. Mendocino put out more permits for a while, and then they got them all kicked back because they didn't go through the process we went through. They go through a Humboldt County process, and they get administered into state water, fish and game, and everything else. They pretty much pass because we are so good on it. But the problem is we have an industry that is not expanding, and we have an industry that is collectively, closing down in a lot of areas because they just can't get back into it. They got out of it during those 2 bad years, didn't have the funding to move forward. So I think one more year and moving forward, and John working with his departments, his 10 people in his department, and working on that, we'll probably do 80 permits, maybe 90, if we go right, 95 for the year. So as we move forward with 10 people, maybe we can set up that collections person. Maybe we rotate that person so they look at something new. But we tell people, we'll give you a 1-year plan. I don't know what the plan looks like on the payment plan, but if you don't pay it in a certain amount of time, then you're not going to pay it. I mean, I think we're going to realize it. But there's so much confusion out there about how to pay it, when to pay it. How many times have we voted on moving the needle? So if we can work with those people and get those monies collected so we could do these services for our general public, because at a time when our sales tax dollar is directly related to what the industry has done. I mean, we saw it right there. Garden and nursery stores down 41% or 44%, a big number. So maybe if we can get some of that back and those sales tax dollars, and I always like that the idea that we were going to get them in 2016 because they'd never paid taxes before. They paid property tax, sales tax, they paid taxes. We just wasn't legal to pay taxes on. So I think as we move forward, I think working with the industry standards and John working with them, he's got a great working relationship with them. So maybe we can help do this. So it isn't costing you money. We have other services that cost money. I know that, so, I mean, roads cost us money. Everything costs us money. So I'd fully look at doing a payment plan and giving one more year leeway. And maybe we tell them that we will be asking for a minimum of 10% or a 15% next year so they can plan for it. So if they have a little bit better year or a little bit better, but industry, Ross gave us some great numbers and everything else, and we had an economic expert, there's always experts, at the CCA meeting, and they expect the price to move in a better direction. But again, it's cyclical. That's why they have the lumber prices, fish, beef, everything. So if we can do that, and you can work with the industry and stuff like that, so there's that light at the end of the tunnel that we're going to get some more money in a year. We're going to look at a minimum of this and bring that forward and a payment plan, and then, the proper enforcement from there.
Thank you. And Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Appreciate the input from the public, and just a couple of thoughts to kick things off for me. Obviously, I wasn't part of these conversations when the decision was made last time, I understand it. I also understand, and have heard from a number of folks who feel like the will of the voters should be respected in some way. Obviously, Measure S passed by a 2-to-1 margin, so people were in support of it at the time. Obviously, the industry has also changed very much since then. And so I can appreciate the respite that was given to cultivators for this last year. I think a nice middle ground would be something like a small percentage, recognizing that Measure S was never intended to be about new permits. That is a kind of a indicator of the health or lack thereof of the industry, but it was about ongoing needs in communities that are unmet. And so I agree that a small percentage, whether that's 10 or 15%, could be something that could help, while recognizing that people's profits have been cut by a significant amount due to the downturn in the industry. So I'm open to that. I just, I don't think we can fully defer over and over and over again while still respecting the will of the voters. So I think finding some middle ground is what I believe we need to do in this instance. So I don't know where you're coming from on this, Chair Madrone, but I'd love to hear whether folks would be open to entertaining a 10 or 15% amount for and then as we know, since these are collected in arrears, that would still not be due for some time. And I did want to note also that we have been offering payment plans, and many people are already signed up for payment plans. And my understanding was that was our intention to continue to do so. So consistent with what one of the public commenters from the industry said, that is already happening, and I would hope that we would allow that to continue.
All right, thank you for that, and I will go ahead and add my 2 cents here. There's 3 different primary issues, I think, here that we're trying to consider today as far as direction to move forward. Just like various farmers and cannabis industry permit holders have a lot of choices and responsibilities to balance their budgets within their operations, we too at the county have that responsibility. And whether or not you know it or not, our budget this year is $17 million in the hole, $17 million. We took that out of our reserves. Our reserves, I think, were only about $27 million. So we have maybe about $10 million or so left in our reserves. So we can't do that again. We just can't. We tried to tighten things up this year. There's a lot of pushback because we want to continue to provide public service through the sheriff's office and a lot of other things we do. So we too have to consider how we're going to balance that budget. I've stated this before. I always thought that Measure S was, the wrong way to go. I always thought that tax should have been at the dispensary level, frankly, because the consumer is going to pay that no matter what, whether it's on the farmer or the distributor or the dispensary, the consumer is paying it. And I thought it was quite interesting that when the price of cannabis dropped in many cases down to $400 or even $200 a pound, we were hearing horror stories of that, not just $600 or $700 a pound, but when that happened, well, the eighths at the dispensary certainly didn't go down to $5 or $10 an eighth. So who was making the money here? Not the farmers. I don't think they were. I know that it was an extreme hardship. But that's not what we have. Right now we do have a Measure S tax. And frankly, it was actually supported in a great way by the industry because they wanted to be able to say to the community, we too want to be responsible members of the community and we want to contribute. I just think the tax should have never been applied in that way. But that's what the voters chose to do. And all we can do is reduce the tax. We can't eliminate it. We did waive it for 2 years, and we did reduce it by 85% in 2021, I believe it was. So we had an 85% reduction, and now we've had 2 years with 100% reduction of that tax. I would support going back to a 10% or 15% tax for the cultivation year 2024. I think that's what we are talking about. And of course, that becomes due in May and October of 2025. That provides a significant opportunity to plan accordingly. I also heard some comments about how farmers are trying to make investments in solar, water storage, roads, and all those things, which is fantastic. But, you know, when you have a business, you don't get to just do that and not pay your taxes, right? I mean, you still have to prioritize paying your taxes and paying your fees as appropriate and stuff. So I don't think we can just keep doing that forever. So I very much would support a 10 or 15% Measure S tax for 2024 collected in 2025. On the payment plans, you mentioned, Director Ford, that you did try to set something up. It was utilizing an entire staff person's time. Are people still making payments on back fees? Because that was a separate item. Measure S taxes, that's the tax collector. Fees for permit processes, et cetera, that's in your department.
That is correct.
And so right now, are we accepting?
There are still people who are on payment plans, but we basically stopped that because it was overwhelming our finance person. And one of that person's primary roles is to make sure invoices are going out and payments are being received. And she was essentially at the counter all day, every day, working with people to make payments or making payments. And it just was not getting us where we needed to be.
Understood.
So we stopped taking new payment plans.
Okay, so at this point, you're asking for full payment on whatever is due, and as you said, a vast majority are over 90 days. I mean, there's taxes, and then there's fees for your permit, and if you're operating with a permit, it seems to me that your fees ought to be paid. Otherwise, I mean, I really think we're in danger of ending up, if we don't collect those fees and we allow people to continue to cultivate, I'm concerned that there is going to be a lot of people that ultimately walk away from those fees ever being paid at all. If there isn't some sort of a handle on that to try and make it clear that those things need to be paid. I mean, and I think you said it was about 2.1 million in back fees, many of them over 90 days. So I would very much support having a process where maybe we give a new notice that you've got 30 days, you've got 90 days, whatever it might be that this board might support. I think we need to be pretty strong about that and actually say, if you don't pay these fees by this time, whatever the board chooses to do, if they support that, then your permit's going to go into suspension. I agree with what Supervisor Bohn said about not revoking it, but suspending it, and you can't cultivate until you bring your fees up to par.
Right, Chair, we're bordering on getting into a different discussion right now that's not on the agenda.
Because this is just about Measure S.
Yeah, and we are planning on bringing a separate item forward for the board's consideration about what to do with this very topic.
Okay, that's good. So I'll bring it back to Measure S, and I appreciate that direction. Measure S, I think we have about 14 million in back taxes. 14 million. We're 17 million in the hole. I don't expect us to, you know, try and collect all of that to make us whole somehow at the county, because I always have agreed that I think cannabis is far overregulated on many levels. We don't even regulate our food crops as intensively as we do our cannabis crops. But that's what the state and the county chose to do much before I was on the board. So in regards to the Measure S, has there been a payment plan set up with the tax collector for that, CAO Hayes?
Yes, cultivators are able to establish payment plans with the treasurer tax collector. I believe at this point in time, it is referenced in the staff report.
Yes.
Maybe 5 or 6 folks, 6 accounts have made partial payments, and just over 27,000 has been collected through that mechanism.
Out of 14 million. So not a lot of movement there, I would say. That's like, what is that, like less than 1%, right? At some point, that's got to change. You know, at some point, people are going to have to catch up with that, or there needs to be some sort of mechanism. I want to applaud folks like Craig Johnson and his partner who are current with their taxes. And many of the small cultivators are current. It's, in many cases, the larger cultivators, but it varies quite a bit. But I want to applaud those out in the community that have, in fact, kept up on their taxes and made that. And I know that's a real hardship given where the industry is at this point. But I think we have to have some sort of an end point there. I mean, we can't just say, well, that goes on forever. So at what point is this board going to say, well, you need to bring that up to par and be paid up within a year or something? I think we need to provide some direction in regards to that. So that's kind of where I'm sitting on this issue at this point in time. And Supervisor Bohn asked first, and then I'll bring it back to Supervisor Arroyo. Please,
Well,
Supervisor
I'm
Bohn.
going to take a shot at a motion. I'm going to move that we reenact the Measure S tax to 10%, which actually at the end of the day is going to get you close to your 15 with the CPI, and to have staff come back with a payment plan option of what will work. Because I know the payment plan, but if only $27,000 came in, I hope they're not too overwhelmed with that. So I'm just saying, when they set up this, we can set this up in a way that the cannabis team can handle that. But just come back with this with something on payment plans on the Measure S, and you can anyway. And I guess we do have.
We already
go
have
ahead.
Just to clarify on the payment plan, that's already established through the
That's what I'm
treasury.
saying, but okay, let me clarify. On the Measure S, could we make a new notification to these people? And I'm sure the industry people are going to make them aware, because we always hear the same thing. They're confused, and then come back with a suggestion for a drop dead date. If you don't make a payment within 12 months, we will suspend your license, not cancel it, but we will suspend your license till all fees are paid and cultivation will not be able to take place on said parcel. Does that make sense?
I'll
Okay.
second.
So to clarify, you're moving to reinstitute the Measure S tax for 2024, the cultivation season 2024, taxes due in 2025 at 10%, and also come up with a payment plan for those taxes. But we already have that, but what you're saying is a deadline for the payment of those back taxes. Is that correct? A 12-month deadline?
We don't have a guideline on the payment plan. The payment plan is just a payment plan. If you don't enact a payment plan within, I'm not going to make him wordsmith that now. Come back with something that we can look at, that you're not going to cultivate in 24 or 25 if you don't start, if you're not actively making payments, and you figure out the percentages and stuff, because you've got an idea what your office can handle or what the tax collectors are, what they can, but you'll have to work with them, obviously, in tandem.
So in order to provide direction, though, I think you would prefer that we tell you when we want that due? Is that-
If I could take a
Please.
stab at that, maybe if we could say, if staff could get direction to issue a press release. I think that's what I'm hearing Supervisor Bohn to the community. The county will be reinstituting a 10% Measure S tax on the 2024 cultivation year to be collected in 2025, plus the CPI. And in that presser, we'll include exactly what those rates are. And that cultivators with outstanding balances are expected to establish a payment plan by June 30 of 2024 to prevent suspension of their 2024 cultivation permits. Is that a reasonable expectation for that cultivation year?
With the exception that we don't have the ability to suspend permits.
No matter what?
I know this is a bureaucratic thing, but the ordinance does not give us the ability to simply suspend a permit. It's either it's approved or it's revoked.
That's in relationship to Measure S taxes.
No, that's in relationship to our permitting authority.
It's either
And with
approved
respect-
or revoked.
Yep.
So we can change that up here.
So there is a process, but yes, that can be changed. So
Then-
that would be part of the motion.
That
to
would be part
include-
of the motion then, that we would do that to allow suspension, granting of license, suspension, or revocation.
Can we
And
do
that
that
just-
here on the fly
Yeah.
today?
You can give direction to begin
give
that
direction. I
work.
don't think
That's a ordinance modification.
Okay, so we would be giving staff direction to do that ordinance modification draft and bring it back to the board.
I'll still second. May I make a comment, or were you done?
Yes.
No, and the other thing is I would, knowing fully aware, but that the industry groups don't cover everybody. There's lone wolves out there, but they pay attention, that we work with our variety of industry partners to get the word out there too, because they've obviously got the ear of what's going on, and try to make this as wide open as possible so we can get the word out, I guess.
Okay, Nikki, do you have that motion, you think? Okay, and again, the fee part is not on the agenda today. Is that something that will be coming back to the board for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where suspension might also be considered, et cetera. But that's not for up today. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear that the prior action this board has taken has been to temporarily suspend, but not eliminate. So we're talking about reinstating 10%, suspending 90%, but that will still be due as part of the payment plan. I just wanted to, I think we all.
Those are actually be due in May and October of 2025, based on the current motion.
So the 90% would continue to be.
No,
Waived.
that's suspended.
That would be suspended indefinitely?
It's suspended.
For
so
1
it-
year. Okay. Well, because temporarily suspended
Just
is.
for the 2024 year.
Through the chair, if I could clarify.
That'd be helpful.
The way I understand Measure S is that the Board of Supervisors has the authority to basically set the rate between $0 and $1 or whatever it is for, I'll just use the outdoor as the example, and that we can set that rate wherever it may be within that, and then that's what's due. So, and maybe the CEO can correct me on that.
Yeah, you can, we use this term suspend because you
Right.
can temporarily make reductions. If you were to set the rate at, say, 50 cents,
Right.
and that became the permanent rate, then you could never go back up from that rate. So when you suspend, so when you're temporarily going down to 10%, that's why we very explicitly say we're suspending it. You're not setting the rate at 10%
I
because
see.
that's not in perpetuity. It's just on a very temporary basis. Whereby if your board were to say, we are going to permanently set the rate at 50 cents on the square foot for outdoor cultivation, then that will be the rate and you would never be able to go above that.
Okay, so to clarify, the suspension is on the rate, but payment isn't expected under that suspension model, right? Under that suspension.
Only the 10%.
It would be 10%, including the CPI.
That's helpful.
Well,
Thank you.
that's a great clarification in the vernacular that we're using here.
And to clarify on the payment plan conversation, we are only able to establish payment plans on past due balances because the treasurer tax collector needs to know exactly how much that balance is for future tax assessments that will take place in 2025 at the 10% rate that I'm hearing. Those would need to be paid in the May and October full balances. Those are not going to be subject to a payment plan or allowable under a payment plan.
Correct. And then Director Ford.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a quick question to make sure that everybody was clear, because I've heard two different things. Part of this was, it seemed to me that the motion was to bring back kind of an enforcement plan that included the payment plan, included modifying the ordinance, and doing the things necessary so that you could see that all together? Or is it the will of the board to just charge ahead with all of this?
I believe we gave you direction to come back to us with a enforceable option for payment of back taxes.
Okay.
Back Measure S taxes. Okay. And I just also want to say for the audience that the board cannot repeal Measure S. It was the will of the voters. So only the voters, through initiative or ballot measure, can repeal Measure S. I believe that's correct. But we can reduce the cost. We can't increase it, but we can reduce it temporarily through suspension. So just to clarify. Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I would much rather you just move ahead with it and go with it. But the wrench was the suspension part. So it's better to put it all into one package that we can just, instead of piecemealing it, and that way you can marry all the parts together, I think would be easier for your department as you work through it.
That's great. We have multiple departments here that are working together to make this happen, so.
Okay. So we're basically setting the Measure S tax for 2024 at 10%, a reduced value, and we're also giving direction to the planning director and staff to come back with the details of an enforceable process for back Measure S taxes. Okay.
And you're requiring that cultivators establish payment plans by June 30 of 2024 on all past due balances.
Right.
In order to comply with the modifications that Director Ford will return to prevent suspension.
Right, and as far as fees, that's a different item for a different day. All right, Nikki, we're good on that. Supervisor Wilson, and then Arroyo.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I apologize with relationship to the 10 versus the 15% or whatever it is. I mean, if the will of this board is to go move that to 15, I'm happy to support that. But more than that, if we move with 10 today, I will basically say that I will be asking for in the next calendar year that we move to 20 after that. I just feel like that's just 10 is pretty minimal. I want to make sure, do we think we can even break even on administering 10%? I want to make sure that that's something we feel confident about.
So it's really hard to step out in front of the CAO on this, but we really do not have a good understanding of how many people have really reduced their cultivation amounts right now. We know how many permits there are. We know that most people are probably cultivating partial amounts, and so it's really impossible right now to estimate how much money could be generated through this tax.
Through the chair, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to reestablish this, so that we, at the very least, we could collect the data. Like that minimally, I want to make sure that we're collecting enough money to administrate the data with relationship to this. And I also want to emphasize that the assumption of 10% with relationship to all three tiers is one that I've always been a bit uncomfortable with, because I don't know necessarily what, I do believe this, the mixed light has more impacts with relationship to enforcement and other things. With as we've seen, it has a bigger impact on the landscape. Certainly, we are still driving through our community and seeing lights at night that it seems to be escaping. And again, it's hard to know whether those are permitted sites or unpermitted sites, but nonetheless, it's still impactful. And then with relationship to the sort of CO2, the sort of carbon impact with relationship to indoor growing and those sorts of things, and as well as just sort of the profitability within those spaces seems to, we don't know. I don't have enough data. And I would like to, when this comes back to us, not just be perfunctorily assuming 10%, 10%, 10% for each one of those. I would like to have a bit more of a robust discussion about why the other two tiers get 10% in that same amount. Assuming it looks like this motion is at 10%. Again, if there's 3 votes for 15, I'm happy to support, and that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I believe it's clear to all of us, but perhaps not for the viewing public, I don't know, but we're using the word suspend to talk about suspending payments. We're also using the word suspend to talk about suspending permits, which is a separate conversation. For people who have not paid, actually, we are including suspension of permits in the discussion about if you haven't entered a payment plan by June 30th, then you would face potential suspension, which isn't an option under our current ordinance, but we're directing staff to bring that back. There's another conversation that we need to have about permit status for people who have not paid their fees and make that right with your department. So that's a separate item as well. Is that going to come back concurrent with this other conversation about the ordinance and all of that? That seems like it could be an opportunity. I know that we're not giving you direction right now, but that would be helpful to know.
We could. In all honesty, that is already queued up and ready to come before you.
Okay.
Okay, so that we might see that sooner.
Yeah.
But just so people who are watching and kind of tracking all of these things can know, that piece would be coming before us pretty soon as well. I'm okay with the motion as it stands. I hear you about the differing impacts, and I think we should take that on. But I appreciate that this would give us some data points, and 10% isn't totally arbitrary. 10% is honestly mathematically going to make things a lot easier for people. But also, I think it's my thinking is that it does get people kind of back in our system, back on our radar. We're collecting data, and we're also recouping a little bit of those funds that the voters so much wanted us to see.
Okay, robust discussion as CIO Hayes predicted. And so let's go ahead and vote on the motion at this time. I believe we have our voting tabs up. Maybe not. Let's do a roll call to move. Nope, he's got it. Nice. Join. There it is. Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0 with Supervisor Bushnell being recused.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And we're going to jump right into the next item, and we'll see where we're at 1 o'clock, because we have a very strict time set on that one, as I understand it. I hope we can get through it, but I don't know. She's able to come back in now. Welcome back, Supervisor Bushnell. So I'm going to look to the board. I mean, if we start it right now, this is the moratorium item on new permits, I believe. There's 2 items in that one item, one board item. It's one board item. And that is on the moratorium on new permits and interim permits. And the way these things go, they don't usually get done in 20 minutes. So
We could
do the
put
grand
the
jury.
grand jury report in there, assuming Sean Quincy is back in the office listening to me right now and frantically running in here as we speak.
I think that's the wise thing to do, because otherwise we're going to bifurcate the discussion on this next item. Okay. And that item might take, what, 15, 20 minutes?
Probably, yes.
It's the grand jury report on one of our last items of findings and such. That's all we really have, I think, left on the agenda is that grand jury report and the cannabis moratorium and the IP permits. So I know it's a burden for people to come back after 3 o'clock. As far as the cannabis moratorium item, but if we start it now, it's not going to get finished till then anyway. And I think that for the smooth flowing of information, it's probably going to be best to do it all together. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Could you please explain, let the IHSS workers know you guys are on deck at 1 o'clock still.
Correct, exactly.
You guys aren't on deck at 3 o'clock. You're on deck at 1.
Yes.
Yep.
Thanks for picking up on that.
Yeah.
We've been here all day. No, yes. Okay. Thank you,
See, I
Supervisor
do something right
Bohn,
every once in a while.
for clarifying that. Yes.
If we could take
Please, folks.
if we could take a 5-minute break, then Sean can be in here.
Okay,
and
we'll
we
take
can do
that
the grand
5-minute
jury
break.
quickly.
And then we're going to do a 5-minute break, very strict. I'm ringing the buzzer, and then we'll pick up the grand jury item. And the final cannabis item will come back to us after closed session is done, which is estimated to be about 3 o'clock. We are in recess. Yes. Okay, folks, settle down. We're going to get started again. We got 10 minutes here. Please take your conversations out of the room if you want to continue. Thank you very much. All right, we have one more item before our closed session items, and that is the grand jury responses to efficiency, oversight, and trust. And we have, and our advisory committees and boards. Sean Quincy, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to present this item right before you guys' 1 p.m. Closed session items. I'll try to make this very, very brief. All in all, as you mentioned, this is the proposed response to efficiency, oversight, and trust report from the grand jury. Staff proposes that your board partially agree with the majority of the grand jury's findings. It should be noted that regarding findings 2, 3, 6, and 7, that excluding boards or committees created and mandated by state law, your board has the authority to review advisory board, committee, and commission charters and make recommendations and/or relative changes to ensure compliance with locally mandated and annual reporting requirements, including disbandment of the advisory bodies if your board so chooses. Additionally, each year, the clerk of the board brings an agenda item to your board with the current list of boards, commissions, and committees under which your board has the authority to make appointments. At this time, you were provided with recommendations of the, or at that time, you were provided with recommendations of the advisory bodies that can be removed or ended. And this is also the time when your board may direct staff to provide updates on any of the advisory bodies. Additionally, your board receives a quarterly report with vacancies and potential vacancies on said advisory bodies per board rules. This demonstrates an increased amount of attention on to meeting mandated reports. Regarding finding 3, the county acknowledges that when inequitable access to opportunities exist, communities experience disparate outcomes. That being said, the County of Humboldt always encourages any qualified individual to apply for any open seat on any county advisory board, committee, or commission. It is not uncommon for counties across the state to have challenges finding qualified applicants to apply for volunteer positions on advisory boards, committees, and commissions. This includes applicants from all populations, including members of local tribes and historically underrepresented communities. The Humboldt County Board of Supervisors is committed to supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion within its workforce, policy committees, and within the community itself. Regarding finding 9, staff has proposed that your board disagree with only one of the grand jury's findings regarding the Disaster Council, which state that the council has not met since the adoption of the Humboldt County Emergency Operations Plan in 2015, leading to no guidance for updating emergency planning, coordination, and response. A similar finding was previously discussed with your board in relation to a previous grand jury report released this year. As noted in your board's approved response to that report, the director of the Office of Emergency Services is responsible for Humboldt County, is responsible for staffing and scheduling the Disaster Council meetings, and the last meeting was held, in fact, May 25th, 2018. Regarding the grand jury's recommendations, please note that the grand jury has requested that your board respond to 10 recommendations in the reports. However, there were only 6 recommendations included in the report provided to the county. The grand jury recommends that your board enlarge their staff, ensuring that each supervisor has a personal clerk. It is proposed that this is not implemented, that this will not be implemented. While some larger counties provide additional staff for members of the Board of Supervisors, this is not feasible for a county of Humboldt size at this time. Additionally, going into the 2023-24 fiscal year, the county is anticipating a general fund deficit of more than $17 million and therefore is not in a financial position to allocate funds for this purpose. The county continually pursues funding to improve county services, and this work will continue. However, it should be noted that grant funding for Board of Supervisors staff appears pretty uncommon. Regarding recommendation number 2 and finding 5, the audit committee's function is to assist the Board of Supervisors in its oversight of county policies and procedures relating to certain fiscal matters. The Humboldt County Auditor Controller has indicated that they will cooperate with the committee to review any new or revised board-adopted fiscal policies and discuss oversight of existing policies and procedures as needed. Additionally, staff in the Clerk of the Board's office are working in partnership with staff in the Auditor Controller's office to schedule quarterly meetings of the Audit Committee. Therefore, the recommendation that the Audit Committee meet on a permanent, regular basis is in the process of being implemented. Regarding recommendation number 3, the grand jury's recommendation to establish a dedicated liaison position for tribal affairs to address tribal issues and systems has merit, especially considering the tribal government presence in Humboldt County. This recommendation has not yet been implemented, but there are plans to implement it in the future. The county is currently in the process of evaluating potential funding opportunities for this position and exploring what this position could look like on a broader level. Your board, in partnership with county department heads and staff, are in the process of drafting a new strategic plan for the county. Through that planning process, hiring a dedicated tribal liaison has been actively discussed as a priority to help strengthen the county's relationship with local tribal governments. County staff is also conducting an analysis on tribal liaison functions within the county, and they expect that analysis will be done by the end of fiscal year 23-24. Regarding recommendation number 4, the grand jury also recommends that your board create a permanent grant writer position, which has not yet been implemented but will be implemented in the future. The county recognizes it is in need of improved grant coordination between its various departments, while individual departments may have need for increased grant writing services. The county has engaged with an independent third party to conduct a study on the structure of a grants program within the county, which would provide a structure and overarching strategy to help the county and community partners pursue grants more successfully. The study is being conducted with several county departments, rural community partners, consultants, and a software company. County staff anticipates a report will come before your board by the end of this calendar year. Regarding recommendation number 5, the county has already implemented the grand jury's recommendation to review county advisory boards, commissions, and committees not mandated by the state and federal governments, and sunset those that are no longer meeting or irrelevant. I'm sorry. Your board completes this review yearly. Additionally, it is required by state law, known commonly as the MADI Act, that on or before December 31 of each year, your board prepare an appointments list of all regular and ongoing boards, commissions, and committees which are appointed by the board. This list is known as the local appointment list, and it includes a list of all appointed terms which will expire during the next calendar year with the name of the incumbent appointee, the date of the appointee, the date the term expires, and the necessary qualifications for the position, and a list of all boards, commissions, and committees whose members serve at the pleasure of the legislative body and that meet the necessary qualifications for each position. This list is also posted on the county's website and updated annually. Finally, the grand jury's recommendation that your board fully staff the disaster council and schedule meetings no later than December 31st, 2023 will not be implemented, as this recommendation must be implemented by the sheriff for reasons stated in the report. And again, that was a very, very quick summary of the report, but this does conclude my staff report. I would like to thank the grand jury for all the work that they put into all the reports that they have released this past year. Now, I would also like to thank county staff for the work they put into your board responses and recommendations. As you know, the board may receive the proposed responses and approve them as written or modify them as you see fit. And staff is present to discuss these responses further if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. I know that was quick and a lot of information. I think at the heart of it, we just want to let the public know that we do have a lot of committees, and there are empty seats, and we're looking for more volunteers to join in. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, please go to our website and check on those vacancies, and then check in with your district supervisor. Some of the seats require you to be in that district that the supervisor is appointed, and some of them do not. So we have a lot of room there. Also, I will say that with 8 out of 9 of the tribes in my district, I have made an effort to appoint as many Native American representatives as I can. I think right now about a third of my appointees are from tribes. And I think we do need to do better at that, myself included. And with that, I'll just bring it back to the board for any clarifying questions before we get public comment. Supervisor Arroyo.
This isn't exactly a question, but it's something I recently asked our staff and clarified, so I'd just like to share it with the general public and with all of my colleagues, which is that you do not have to be a registered voter, and you do not, thereby you don't have to be a citizen to serve as an appointee. So it's something that I recently did some community outreach with community members who are residents but not citizens, and clarified that point. And so if we would like to do more outreach around that, that is a possibility for future filling of committee and commission positions.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other board members, we'll go to public comment at this point. And we do not have any hands up on this particular item. I'll go here to those in the audience today. Anybody have any comments on this grand jury response, on our response to the grand jury? And let me also say that thank you to the grand jury members. That's an incredible commitment that they make to try and help our government be accountable and offer recommendations how to improve. So anybody here today with comments on that? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, on that, again, I mentioned this morning how grateful I am that staff actually, initiated that process with relationship to doing the quarterly reports, which has really helped us get folks on to those spots. On the question or discussion around staff with relationship to individual supervisors, I would say that certainly I haven't seen staff for supervisors for counties that have populations smaller than us. Maybe there might be one or two, but this cusp of counties that are larger than us from population. I mean, it doesn't take much to we're at 140,000 more or less, something like that. We're seeing, like, if you're at like 250,000, some supervisors have 2 and 3 staff, right? And so it is often challenging, for sure, for supervisors to address all of the stuff that comes here through us without having that sort of individualized ability to do so. But we do it, and I think, and I'm okay with that in the current context. Sometimes it is when you're at a state convention or whatever it may be, and a supervisor shows up with 2 or 3 staff, you're like, oh man, I wish that I could. That would be really awesome. But it is what it is, and I do think that we are constantly reevaluating the situation with relationship to the clerks and all the work that they do for us, because I want to make sure that often our clerks are doing all that stuff that's on the list. It's in that report, and then duties as appointed or whatever that may be, and understanding that we have our clerks have there's less of them than there are of us, and yet they have to adjust and run all these meetings, but then also help us with our scheduling and appointments and travel, and then also just constituents flow with relationship to information. So I'm really thankful to them to really going above and beyond with all that stuff. Last thing is, someday we'll see a band called the Disaster Council, and we're really looking forward to that. It's a great band name, one day. All right.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I wanted to, and this is probably just that we should all probably take notice. Our staff does do a great job for us. I mean, they bend over backwards and everything else. But while they're doing that, try to take care of yourself a little bit and don't put everything on your staff to do. I mean, I don't want somebody helping me, because nobody could probably do what I do, nor would they probably want to. But and I see these people show up with 2 or 3. I've never seen 2 or 3, but I've seen 1. Some of the bigger counties, I don't think they get to all travel. But I think the idea of we're a rural county. We're a small rural county, and we do pretty good with what we have. And the reason we do so well is we have some longevity in our staff, which really adds up. So what you want to do is, when they do stuff for you, don't change it. Make sure it's there where you want it to be, and that'll free them up instead of having to change things all the time. So I appreciate our staff very much, and I think we've got I'd like to see one more person in there someday, but they seem to evolve pretty well. We're going to hit a little bump in the road with retirement coming up, but still, I have no doubt that our team will pick up the slack.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you so much, Deputy Director Quincy, as well as Kati. I always have a hard time with their last name, Gerardo? Iardo. At any rate, I'm looking for a motion here to approve staff recommendation, I believe.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Arroyo and a second by Supervisor Wilson to approve staff recommendation. And we have our voting tabs up, I believe, so go ahead and click on those buttons.
All right, thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you again, Sean, for all your work and staff's work on this. And here we are. I know it says 105, but it's actually only 102, so we're only 2 minutes behind on our closed session items, which are time set, and we actually have, I believe, quite a few of them. We have, well, we had 6, yeah, we had 7, but one was, or no, we have 7 still. And so, County Council, would you like to read those in the record, and then we'll take public comment? I know you've all been waiting for that. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the positions of the Director of Child Support Services and the Library Director. Finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Billy Rutherford versus County of Humboldt et al., case number 1:21-CV-02750-RMI, and Alan Donald McCloskey versus Humboldt County Sheriff Department et al., Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV-2301488.
Thank you very much for that. As we said, there's quite a few items here, and so we'll take public comment at this time. We'll start with those in Zoom. There's just one person, and that is 7718. This is your opportunity for comment. You'll have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Ken Solowski, I was to make comment on the last couple, but this is one of the main ones I'm here for. And it's the IHHS workers. I noticed a few days ago that our governor signed into a law, I guess, that the fast food workers were going to be getting $20 an hour. That's anybody in a fast food company with a certain amount of companies. Anyway, I'm asking you to do the best you can for these people. I think that would be a wonderful thing. So regarding Alan McCloskey, I sure would love to prepare his deposition to see what he's doing on. But anyway, that's a side issue. And best of luck with your long closed session. If one good thing comes out of it, I'd like to hear a report out. A lot of people in the room probably would appreciate them staying there this long. And I think you know how steadfast and how they run their lives. So please do the right thing for them. They come up to you to speak on your closed session today.
Thank you, commenter. And so now we'll go to those here in the audience today. And this is your opportunity to speak on any of these closed session items. Please let us know which item you're speaking on. And I'll just say that the labor negotiations one is it's listed as, it's our first closed session item. I'll just say that.
All right, I think it's one of the most important items for us that are sitting here. My name is Leticia Guerrero. I am coordinator for Region 6. We're an employee of SEIU Local 2015, and I'm here with all these amazing caregivers who have been sitting here waiting patiently to come up and speak to you today about something that's super important to them. We are in a critical crisis here in Humboldt County. We're calling on the board to take a real action. It's been about 641 days that our contract has been expired. It's been too long. Humboldt County is the 4th worst county in the entire state of unused hours. I'm going to let you guys know what that means. That means that seniors and folks with disabilities in your community are living neglected in their own homes, living shorter lives, receiving lower life quality of care. People in your community are unable to get to doctor's appointments. They're unable to get to the grocery store to buy groceries, it's just a negligence. And it's a negligence that you guys in the position of power have the ability to help change. We've been coming to the board since May of 2022 with support of the community to address the needs, which includes a wage that will allow workers to meet ends meet. The cost of housing, gas, healthcare, groceries, everything keeps increasing. Like our caregivers don't have healthcare. Most of them have to come out of pocket for expenses, for medication and so forth. So those are extra additional expenses. We've heard that the county's, in debt. We've also heard a lot of things today by being here about how you guys are working to bring revenue into the county. We also know that it would cost the county $536,000 a year, but it would bring in $2.7 million of revenue from federal and state government funding that's not included in the budget right now. So you guys have an opportunity to bring money into the county by giving these workers the raise that they're asking for. So our caregivers here in Humboldt County are caregivers that care for Humboldt County. You have treated them without care or concern. You can change this by standing up for them, standing up for the elderly and disabled in your county, making sure that we are not the fourth worst county for unused hours in California.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the right way to go. Not clapping, just thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Heidi Chandler. I'm an IHSS provider for Humboldt County. The work I do has a great responsibility for another person's well-being and health. I dispense medications, manage doctor's appointments, and make sure bills are paid on time. All this so my recipient can stay in their home. My workday begins with a 30-minute drive to my recipient's home, which is time I'm not paid for. Anything that needs to be done beyond the home is a 30-minute drive or more in either direction, such as doctor's appointments or shopping. I use my own car and fuel with no reimbursement to meet my clients' needs. With gas being over $6 a gallon, there's no way I can survive on $16 an hour. Unfortunately, if I cannot make a living wage working for IHSS, I will be forced to go look for a higher paying job at a fast food chain. And that will happen in just 7 short months, April of 2024. Without a living wage, the county will lose trustworthy and reliable workers to Humboldt County's disabled and elderly, who will have no choice but to move into nursing homes, which often is hours from the recipient's loved ones and will be very costly to the county. I own a home here, I shop here, I support small businesses. I pay taxes to support this county. It's a big slap in my face to see that the county supervisors don't recognize the contribution of caregivers by giving us a living wage. Do you think you could survive on $16 an hour?
30 seconds.
It's up to you, the county supervisors, to lead with integrity and pay caregivers what's needed to ensure everyone in Humboldt County is able to access care when they need it, because you never know when one of your own loved ones will need help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And next, please.
I am Margaret Caldwell, Eureka healthcare worker of 16-year experience. 2 months ago, I had the honor of addressing this body regarding what you might do to fix the home health care staffing crisis in Humboldt. Yet in the intervening 2 months, the board has not yet taken the measures necessary to fix it. Now recent changes at the state level may likely exacerbate our staffing shortage. The legislature has passed SB 525 to increase wages to workers in hospitals and nursing homes. When the governor signs this bill into law, this will make the institutional jobs more attractive to the same workers we need in our home-based practice. In our vast rural county with our higher fuel prices, the cost of being an IHSS provider is higher for many of us who have to drive long, hilly distances to reach our clients and drive them out to appointments and shopping with no reimbursement for mileage and gasoline. It's like an additional tax on our meager income. The best, maybe the only way to end the critical shortage of IHSS workers is to raise our wages to meet the higher cost of living. If IHSS jobs are not competitive with institutional jobs or fast food jobs, there will result a dearth of qualified providers leading consequently to more county residents who are elderly and disabled being forced out of their homes and into nursing facilities at county expense. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. Yes, welcome. Go ahead and pull that, yeah.
Good morning. As you know, my name is Katie Coventry, and I've been an IHS worker for over 20 years, but actually a caregiver for over 30 years. I came to this board in August to tell you that how disappointed I am in your leadership and how I'm back here again in 2 months over the same thing. After 641 days, we've been without a contract. Countless members have come to tell you your story. We've done demonstrations out in front of the courthouse and in your chambers. And you have only offered us 65 cents. With wages so low, you force us into cruel and unethical choices of leaving the care industry of a profession that we truly love. And we want to continue to live here in the county and take care of these people. $16 an hour does not begin to address the cost of living. Did you know that it takes $35 an hour for a single adult and one child to survive in Humboldt County? This is more than twice the wage you currently are offering IHS's workers. And while providers continue to make such low wages, workers in other industries are seeing a wage increase. The hospital workers, nursing home workers, and now the fast food industry.
30 seconds.
In Humboldt County doesn't catch up and pay providers what is needed to survive, the caregiving shortage will only worsen. The county's current wage proposal is disrespectful for the providers and recipients. The wage increase providers are asking would cost the county $536,000 annually while bringing in $2.7 million into Humboldt County economy from the state and federal dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to watch the time, you can see there's a little clock up here that helps. So thank you very much, folks. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone, board members. My name is Susan, and I have been an IHSS provider for 15 years. Just like the program is for many of our consumers, IHSS has been a lifeline for me over the years. As someone who is permanently disabled, IHSS is the only option that allows me to stay in the workforce. But as the cost of living continues to explode in Humboldt, it's getting harder and harder to afford to survive on our current wages. And here's the thing, I am definitely not the only disabled IHSS provider in Humboldt County. In fact, much of Humboldt County's IHSS workforce is made up of seniors or disabled people, people who might need some type of care of their own. In addition to being senior or disabled, our workforce is also majorly composed of women. And yet this board continues to pay us wages that force us to choose between buying groceries or the medications we need to survive. We live in a reality where we don't have enough, we don't make enough to put gas in our cars to get to our consumers. We don't make enough to ensure we have the healthy food to feed our families. We constantly cut corners and are having to find ways to save to keep a roof over our heads. And it's not just the providers who are negatively impacted by these low wages. Care recipients in Humboldt County feel the painful effect of low wages too. With gas often $6 a gallon and provider wages so low, it's really no surprise there aren't enough caregivers to service the more remote areas of Humboldt County. The only way to begin repairing this broken system is paying IHSS providers enough to survive in Humboldt County without leaving the care industry. Otherwise, more and more providers will leave the industry and countless individuals will go without their essential care and dignity they deserve, potentially increasing Humboldt's hospitalizations, institutionalizations, and homelessness rates. The power is in this board's hands. Please address this crisis. Give us a living wage, please.
Thank you.
And thank you for listening.
Thank you. And next, please. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Angela Day, and I came to my sister, which is my caregiver, I was in a nursing home that was abusing me, hitting me, and she took me out of it. I came to her in a wheelchair. Now, I walk. I don't have to sit in a wheelchair unless we're like going on a long journey on foot, because I can't walk that long. But I still try. And it's because of my sister that I am living, but not living well enough because she doesn't get paid enough. She has to stay at home with me because I can't be left alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, anybody else? This is a chance to comment. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Gordon Clatworthy, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. These guys are getting $16 an hour right now. That's $1 above minimum wage. Next year, the minimum wage is going to be $16. So unless we're going above $17, they're getting a deduction in wages. Del Norte County pays them $17.10. San Mateo is $18.20, and with all metrics, we're better than both of those counties. All right, come on, guys, right? Humboldt rocks. So we really need to take this seriously. 15 months without a raise is ridiculous. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other commenters? Welcome, Vivian. Welcome.
Hi, Vivian Deniston. I reside in District 4. I just have something really brief that one of the other people didn't get to complete, and is that IHSS workers in this county would like to be treated as other workers in the county, and that we're given 7% raise increase to this year. So I know we're not county employees, but have a heart, guys, please. I mean, you've heard everything. There isn't much I can add. Please just really talk to the negotiator who really holds the power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final commenters? Yes, please. Welcome.
Hi. Danielle. Sorry, I wasn't prepped to talk, but I'm Danielle, and Starbucks workers just got their victory. They can make $20 an hour now, beginning April 1st. You know, it's like, and McDonald's fast food workers now make $20 an hour, flipping hamburgers, giving you orders out. We haven't been without a contract in how many years? You know, I mean, it's like, come on, guys, please. You know, we do hard work. We earn it. You know, my daughter is on, she has severe autism. One of her meds, psych meds, costs $2,300 to $3,200 a month. That's only one medication she's on. She's on a ton of meds. You know, it's like we live paycheck to paycheck. It's hard for us to do it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, y'all. This is a hard job, and being 30 years old and trying to pay for rent, gas, doctor's appointment just to take my client to where they need to go is hard. They're not just our clients, they're family. Literally family. And it breaks my heart to see how many people are struggling just to have a caregiver in this community. Not that we just spend the money, but we also put back what we give here. So if you're thinking about it, really think at your heart. We are the first responders. We've saved lives. When the pandemic happened, the fires happened, we were the first responders, risking our lives every day. I'm afraid I'm gonna be homeless. I don't wanna worry about that. I wanna worry about my client and not have to worry about me either. So think about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Welcome.
I'm Beverly, and I'm from Willits, California, Mendocino. I just turned 80 in July, and I was here when I said I was almost 80. And it's really hard because I just looked in my checkbook today, and I just got my Social Security check the other day, and I don't have enough money to pay rent myself, and I have to pay $7. Only part of my rent is $700 a month, and it's going up again another $30 in November. And I've never, ever, until I came to Mendocino County, ever had to pay rent that high. I'm fortunate I'm on Social Security, but I just look, like I say, I looked at my checkbook the other day, and I don't have enough money to pay rent. I don't have a private paying job anymore, which helped. I have a lady I'm taking care of 25 hours a month. I can't do it. I came back out here. I am a California girl. I came back out here from Vermont several years ago, and I went broke. What does your family do to keep your family in a home? I've worked in a rest home. I'm surprised if they even are making more money. I made lousy pay. And we're not treated very well. And it just seems like the ones who are getting abused is not so much your client, it's us. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Any final comments? All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to go into closed session, and we'll be back here approximately 3 o'clock, 3:30. We have 7 items, and then we have one more item on our agenda, and that's the cannabis moratorium and interim permit issue. So thank you very much for your participation. We are in recess. Okay, are you guys ready? We are live once again. We are back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is just a little after 3:30, and we have only one item left on the agenda, and that is discussion and staff direction for a possible moratorium on accepting new cannabis cultivation permits and discussion and direction on extension of cannabis interim permits. Supervisor Bushnell.
Chair, point of order.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we need to read out the closed session record. Thank you very much, CAO Hayes.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items G3 and G5 through G7. With regard to item G8, the board voted 4-1, with Supervisor Bohn voting no, to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the Mitchell Law Firm for defense of the case of Allen Donald McCloskey versus Humboldt County Sheriff's Department et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2301488.
Thank you. As a team, we get it right. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So the items are really For discussion and information more, and I've asked Director Ford, who really does have all the information, to bring kind of a lot of data for our board. The interim permit status information, the state is bringing down, they're going to be closing out some of their interim status, and so I wanted Director Ford to update us on that. And then given the narrative with the initiative conversation and the ballot measure that's coming in March, the moratorium conversation is more around what does our board think that looks like? Do we think it is appropriate? Does Director Ford, are there new permits coming through? And to bring data forward also about that conversation. So Director Ford?
Thank you, Chair Bushnell, Chair Madrone, Board of Supervisors, John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Yeah, we got 2 chairs now.
And perfect. So I want to just run through some information that's going to, boy, sorry about that. You know, I apologize. I went back to my office and practiced making this happen right because of the last time it happened to me. And it didn't it's not working well. Not nervous, it's just a little bit frustrating. Yeah, I apologize. So are you seeing my screen right now?
Yes, this is it. Yeah, we're done by 5.
Oh my goodness.
That was my goal. I know. Well, that's a choice. That's a choice. You could. Yes. Do you need 5 minutes, John?
I do. I apologize.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute break. Thanks for being here. For the record, it was only 2 supervisors talking off the record back there. And so anyway, let's go ahead, John. Director Ford.
Thank you. Wanted to just give some information on 2 things. One is the number of applications and permits that exist right now relative to the cannabis industry, and also give some information on the number of interim permits and how those are progressing. So the first, I apologize. I'm going to have to go with this view. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That'll work.
What's?
As long as you don't forward.
I apologize, Chair. I'm going to need another break.
Okay. Just go ahead and do it. Well, let's hang here because otherwise it'll be another 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, sorry for the delay, but it looks like we probably have our presentation coming up. There we go.
Thanks. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a slide showing the number of permits that have been approved by year. You can see we started slow in 2016 and each year progressed with an increasing number of permits to a high of 352 permits approved in 2021. Year to date, we have approved 77 for a total number of permits have been approved of 1,281. Of those, 67 are for 1 acre or more. The total square footage, or the total acreage that's been approved, is 369.52 acres, or 16 million square feet. Let's go to the next slide. So that I can give you copies of this.
Did I hear you say in the 77 current for this year, 67 are 1 acre or larger?
No. The total number of permits.
Ah.
Out of 1,281,
Gotcha.
67.
Okay. It's like, whoa.
Yep. Yep.
So the 77 permits that were approved this year, were they applied for this year?
Some of them were.
Were they
Yeah.
in 2023?
Yeah, I'll address that
Okay.
when I get down a little further.
Okay, let's let them go through it.
So out of the total number of approved permits, 106 have been canceled, withdrawn, or there's, for some other reason, are not currently active. 155 of the total number are non-cultivation. That could be processing, manufacturing, nursery. Those are kind of support permits. So the total number of active cultivation permits is 1,020. Currently, we have 1,312 state licenses. Now, the state licenses would also include interim permits, and I haven't talked about that number yet, but state licenses also do not directly correspond to county permits, because some people say who have an acre could have 2 medium-sized licenses, and so they have multiple licenses for 1 permit. One of the things that is of note there is that we currently have 388 permitted sites that have no state license. That could be because they are not cultivating this year. So we're not saying those are out of compliance, they just currently do not have a license. Let's go to the next slide. So the total number of new permit applications that have been received over the last year. So we've received I believe it was nine applications since September of 2022. We've received 3 applications since January 1st of 2023. One of those is a rezone to allow indoor cultivation. We're still working on the rezone on that. One of them is a application for 19,500 square feet. That application is currently incomplete. And one of them is a zoning clearance certificate that the staff report's currently being prepared for that. Of those 9, 5 of those were fairly small zoning clearance certificates. 2 of them were for 2,000 square feet. And so we've approved 5 of those already. The total number of permit applications that are under 2.0 that are currently still in the process is 99. So of the permits of 1 acre or larger, that number again was 67. So the number of permits that were for exactly 1 acre, 43,560 square feet is 47. Of those, 22 of them were approved under 2.0. 25 were approved under 1.0. The reason I make that distinction is it's important to consider that under 2.0 you can get a permit for an acre. Under 1.0 you could not for new cultivation. Those are all pre-existing permits. So that's a bit of a nuance to pay attention to. Of the permits that are between an acre and 100,000 square feet, which is about 2.3 acres, there are 13. 9 of those were approved under 1.0, 4 were approved under 2.0. And then permits that were approved for greater than 100,000 square feet, there are a total of 7. And 6 of those were approved under 1.0, 1 was approved under 2.0. Hmm?
Through the chair, I have a quick question to clarify that. Under the permits greater than 100 square feet, I mean, the one above it is over 100 square feet or 100,000 square feet. So do you mean under 100,000 square feet?
Permits between an acre and 100,000 square feet, and then permits that are greater than 100,000 square feet. Those are the 2 breakdowns.
Oh, right. Okay, because the acre's 43,000. I got to get it. Never mind. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So then now a little bit of information on interim permits. We currently have 126 interim permits that have been extended through the end of this calendar year. And of those, 44 of those are less than 10,000 square feet. 45 of them are between 10,000 and 20,000 square feet. 33 of them are between 20,000 square feet and an acre, and 5 are over an acre in area. Let's go to the next slide. So something that's important, originally the state was not going to renew any provisional licenses in 2024. I checked the website recently and they changed that. The thing they didn't change, they're not issuing any new provisional licenses, but they are going to continue to renew provisional licenses through 2025, except for large licenses. And a large license is 1 acre or more of outdoor, or 22,000 square feet of mixed light or indoor, or more. So we only have, as the previous slide showed, we only had 5 applications or interim permits that were over an acre. And I don't know how many of those that are between 20,000 square feet and an acre are actually mixed light. None of them that large are indoor. But there could be a few in there that are mixed light. And so the thing that we're proposing to do this year is follow the state's lead. Any provisional licenses that they're going to extend, we would extend the interim permits. This is 2 slides down, Nikki. And so next slide. And so any permit, any interim permit that's eligible for an extension as a state license, we're going to extend, provided that they're making progress within the system, that they're current in their fees, and that there's no other violations associated with it, we will extend those. But the others that are larger, that are not eligible for a state license, we're not going to extend those because there's no reason to have a permit if you can't have a state license. And that really brings it to the end. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this information. I do apologize for my technical difficulties.
And so you're recommending one of 3 options here, right, in the staff report?
Well, yeah. In terms
staff direction as well.
It's really to give the board some talking points to consider what it is that the board wants to do relative to whether or not you want to pursue a moratorium or not. Obviously, there was a point to the signatures on the HCRI, which was people are concerned about the amount of cannabis cultivation and particularly the size of cannabis cultivation. Want to be clear that at least from the Planning and Building Department's perspective, we would not encourage a moratorium which would affect the ability to apply for ancillary uses. Because a lot of those cultivators, as they refine their business plan, add and subtract uses quite often, and so those are probably important to allow people to adapt their business model to what it is that they're going to do. And one of the things that the numbers that I presented don't include are the number of modified permits that we process. We process a large number of modifications to cannabis permits to make slight changes to existing permits.
Clarification questions from the board? Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Can I ask Director Ford, one thing that I heard was about zoning certificate permits, that there's not a lot of public process with the zoning certificate. Is that, can you elaborate on that?
So the zoning clearance certificates, by definition within the zoning ordinance, are ministerial permits. The original intent of those was simply to be something that goes along with the building permit. So they're really intended to be that ministerial. But in order to demonstrate compliance with the requirements of originally the CMM LUO and then the CCLUO, it's something that we actually needed to take those in, review the information, make sure the information is complete. But then once an applicant demonstrates that all the information is there, showing that they comply with the ordinance, those get approved. Those do not have any public notice. They do not have any opportunity for public input. They are a ministerial permit.
So if those cannabis applications, and like for 10,000 square feet, were going up in neighborhoods that were problematic, there could possibly be a moratorium on those type of permits if this board so chose, or thought that that was an issue?
Certainly could. One of the things that the board did, though, when it adopted 2.0, is that within all community plan areas, you cannot get a ZCC, a zoning clearance certificate, for a cannabis permit. If it's in a community plan area, that requires a conditional use permit. In fact, there is a permit down on Highway 36 where there's a new owner to the property. The existing applicant has basically abandoned the property. The new owner wants to take over the permit, but we're processing a new permit, and it's not a ZCC this time. It's a conditional use permit because it's in the Hydesville community plan area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Wilson.
And when we're talking about a moratorium on new permits, are we talking about all new applications or a cap?
It could be either. A moratorium is typically just stopping new applications for new cultivation. But another thought could be to establish a temporary moratorium until some cap number could be established. And then actually a cap would provide a little bit more flexibility, because as permits are not exercised any longer and/or are released, that could create opportunities for other people to take up that number, that permit number, and operate that either at that location or another location.
And you could cap the types of permits or even the size, right? I mean, in terms of the either categorically or in total, a cap of cultivation within
Correct.
the county.
In fact, there is an existing cap. I think one of the criticisms is probably it's too high, but it does not only give a cap by number of permits, both in the entire county and by watershed, but it also identifies the square footage that's allowed by county and by watershed.
And then what about, and then what about the sort of like, everything that's new obviously is under 2.0. And can you, where are we at with relationship to the conversion of 1.0s to 2.0s? And are we seeing that at all, or is that happening in terms of like, are people seeking to do anything like that, or?
When people seek to modify an existing permit, it becomes 2.0.
I see. So they have to update to 2.0 in order to modify it. So, but one of the questions is that if, I mean, I think this might be this goes into sort of the issues around the initiative process, is like, if someone's adding, say, another use or something like that, does that mean that the aggregated permit requires to become a 2.0 permit?
It could, depending on the nature of what's being added, yes.
Okay. I mean, we could be explicit about that, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Supervisor Bushnell.
So in my conversation with constituents and other members of the community, there's been talk of some kind of maybe something going on the ballot. Is there an item that the county could bring forward to go on the ballot, like with something? Talk about that a little bit, if you could.
So similar to Measure S, one of the things the county could do is offer its own initiative for the voters to consider, and then the voters would have an option. One of those options would be to establish a different cap, to establish a moratorium, to establish a limit on the number of new permits that could be accepted, or even a limitation on the size of permits.
Okay, and so really my intent of bringing this item today was informational and discussion. One thing about the IPs that I wanted, with having so many permits in my district, I wanted the constituents to know the information, what was coming forward with. There's been a lot of mixed information out there with the state extending on the IPs. We didn't know that information until you looked it up. We were confused, the county being, the planning department was confused on that as well. I know that the planning department intends to make contact with those 5 permit holders, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that is something that, we want our permit holders to be aware of what is going on. And then also with the talk out there about Measure A, we want also, there to be clear, direction on what's going on. And also with what Director Ford said earlier, obviously with so many signatures on that initiative, I think the conversation by this board was due to have, the discussion on what, cannabis, the cannabis world definitely has changed in Humboldt County. And so that's, no intent was meant by myself in bringing this discussion. Lots of data, which I thank Director Ford for doing last Thursday when I said, oh, I need these items. Thank you very much. Just that we hadn't had a really good update. And so I just anticipated that we could have a really robust discussion on what our thoughts are, and the information was very much appreciated on where our board thinks we might be going. I do expect that we could give good direction to come back, maybe in 30 days or something, with what our thoughts are. So I really appreciate my board indulging and hopefully we can get good direction. I do think public comment would be really good.
Yeah, I agree. So on the caps, just a couple more comments, and then before we get into deep discussion, we'll go to the public, both online and here today. But in the caps, it's kind of like with the short-term rentals. You can say only so many per town, but then if all of them end up in one neighborhood, then that's an issue, right? So caps weren't very well delineated in that kind of fashion with the ordinance. It was by watershed. So I'll just take the Mad River watershed, for instance. There was a cap for the whole watershed, but a whole lot of them ended up in Maple Creek, right, in a concentrated area. So I just, if we're going to think about some of these things, those things matter, I think. The other one is, we worked hard to create a very, very small farmer access through the 2,000 square foot or smaller. That is through the zoning clearance process, I believe, as well. But not only that, the threshold to get through that process is really low in terms of cost, because you don't have to do all those other studies, for the project. And it's also guaranteed to be approved within 30 days, I think it was. I would like to not see that go away, because as the industry continues to evolve and federal this and that and other things, it may very well be that in the future, small farms like that, those are really small farms, I guess, in today's world, might see a resurgence. So to me, that matters. But any other thoughts, clarifications from the board? Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, in today's world, all we have is small farms in Humboldt.
I understand.
Lake County at 80 these large farms at 80 and 100, and they got 5 farms scheduled over 50 acres, and I think our largest is about 8. So, and I think Lovelace said it best, what's the definition of a large farm? And that's any farm that's bigger than mine. So what I want to know is the 2,000 was intriguing when it came forward, but it's almost like anything to put it to scale. How many 2,000 acre or 2,000 square feet, excuse me, grows do we have?
Very few.
We've taken in, they're coming in at a trickle. I think we're at about 21.
Okay.
Not bad.
It just has it's hard to scale that and get it sold to a distributor and handle it. And
yeah,
this is where, out in Petrolia, we've got the co-op working on, and then as we get into our appellations, these things are all going to make a difference. But, what are we, 2.6 million acres, and we have 2.6 million acres in Humboldt County, and I think we have 390 acres. And that was a lot different than that brochure that was out in front when they were asking you to sign for it. This is, and it showed like 40% of the county covered in, and it's not. It's like less than a 25th of a percent or something. It's really light. So, anyway, as we move forward, that'd be great. I just, I don't know what it looked like either. I'd say cap it at 650, and we'll never get, but go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why I said very, very small farms. And, I'm thinking about changes like direct sales, like, when farmers get direct sales at farmers markets and they have their own farm stand where they can, a small farm like that might actually be economically viable. But again, a lot of stuff we don't know as far as where we're going. Any other board member with clarification, questions, or thoughts at this point? Supervisor Wilson and then Arroyo.
I think,
It's a good question.
I think there's interest in the county's populace with relationship to addressing what seem to be, what some feel are deficiencies in our current ordinance structure. I obviously thought there was deficiencies in it when we did version 2.0. And I think that it has precipitated this initiative process. I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I know you're not there's no one, there doesn't seem to be anyone here that's from the initiative process that will interpret. So I'm going to ask you to interpret it as best you can some of the intentions around the initiative and see what's addressable within that space. And so within that initiative process, do you feel like it imposes either a moratorium or a cap?
It absolutely establishes a cap. In fact, it rolls the cap back to, I believe, the date that they started collecting signatures. So the number of applications that were in existence at that time is the total number of permits that can be issued. And so, I mean, and we've continued, well, only about 9 or maybe 15 new applications have come in since that time. But so the number of applications that were in existence at that time would become the cap.
So if say the initiative was passed and then there was more, then you would lose them through attrition, I would imagine, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So there's a cap, and that's just number of permits?
Yes.
Is there a acreage or square foot cap or in there?
I don't recall that being there, no.
And what about by watershed? Does it delineate?
I think what the intent was, if I recall, is to redistribute the cap by watershed based upon the maximum number.
Okay.
So we would go back and figure out the maximum number, and that would be somewhere between probably 1,500 and 1,800, and redistribute that just like the 3,500 was distributed.
And what specific do you feel like are kind of the key environmental issues that it seeks to mitigate? Besides, I mean, is water consumption one of those, or impacts to watersheds with relationship to water use?
Water use is addressed in the initiative, yes.
Okay, and what is their tool for what's the main tool for addressing that?
The main tool is that they want more detailed hydrogeologic analysis of the wells. They don't want to allow any surface water diversions, which is something that's already heavily regulated in both 1.0 and 2.0.
But if you don't have any more new permits, where does that take you? Like where would you actually apply that?
Yeah, in terms of how existing cultivation is operated, the only thing that it would do is I mean, here's the danger, the big question, if you will, is making existing farms legal non-conforming.
Right, I get that.
That's what ties everything into a box.
So if you get a modification, then you're existing non-conforming, and then so I guess the intent is that would make the motivation to move farms into conforming to 2.0. Is that what they're trying to? Is that what's trying to happen?
Well, it would. That's a bit confused.
Okay.
From my perspective, it would be to move it into 2.0 as modified by the HCRI, but it's as modified by the general plan, which is then to modify the ordinance. So it's got a step in there, and it's got some interpretational struggles.
Okay, and then, so what would you say is the next most consequential or important environmental issue that's trying to be addressed in that process?
Their neighborhood.
Yeah, I think it would be the number of permits.
Just the number of permits by concentration, I think.
I will tell you, the conversations, and I don't want to tell tales out of school,
right?
But when we were meeting with them, it was very clear that the concern, their stated concern, was that if federal legalization happens, that Humboldt will become a much more desirable place for corporate farms.
Okay.
So their stated objective is to preclude that.
Okay, got it. I would say that, yeah, I mean, I would say that you might, I think that would reflect a general sense of what I would hear constituents talk about, right? And so, amongst many issues. But that's about everything, right? I mean, it's like we're trying to battle the corporatization of housing, cannabis, whatever it may be in our community. It's one of the things we're talking about constantly. And so, Okay, I guess, but I'm just trying to get to like one of my concerns. I mean, my biggest concern with the initiative as it currently stands is it's 31 pages and much of it is not clear. From that perspective, it makes it ripe for lawsuit. And I just get to the point where we have lived through that. We're actually still living through it with Measure S. And we're going to have to be defending that, and that's the part I'm having an issue with. I as I've stated before very clearly, like I think that we could tighten up and make better regulation around cannabis farming in our communities, vis-a-vis our neighborhoods and/or the water and lighting. Certainly, I mentioned that today. What I'm fearful of is trying to do that, but then just ending up in court and not having something very clear. I think a cap is a reasonable start, and well, even just a moratorium is a reasonable start. Just like let's just put this on hold while we figure out sort of what is best with relationship to this. I'm happy to have more conversation on this, but it seems like if we want to put something on the ballot, we should probably figure out something sooner rather than later. So,
and I think if I could, through the chair, for just one of the things that was a driving objective in terms of the initiative is that it can't be changed. And so, I mean, that's something there that if that's important to the voters, that a competing kind of initiative should take into consideration something that is equally as solid, that it's not just something that's, I want to say this correctly, at the whim of the winds, so to speak.
well, for me, something that's 2 or 3 pages would be much more preferable if it really addresses the real issues. That's because it tends to be more defensible. An initiative with a lot of details tends to drag you down a lot of interpretations. So that's just my thoughts on this. And so we're kind of late in the day for me to really get into the grinding details of this, but I would hope that we can bring something back that might be of consideration. Even if we don't do an initiative and we could do something with relationship to, it seems like some of those issues around a cap or a moratorium could be, we could, bring back some options that actually we could do without doing an initiative process too. I mean, so I'll start there.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I agree. This has been a heavy brain power using day. Here we are with a lot of different potential items and threads to follow. I do appreciate you bringing this forward. I was wondering if we could tackle the interim permit question, but we're also on this cap/initiative response topic. The interim permit question, just since it's number 1 on here, for me seemed more concrete in some ways. Not necessarily. I think we were all under the impression, or at least I was, that DCC wouldn't be looking at provisional licenses to the extent that they are, apparently, and that we would then be following suit, and that issue would be solved for us. But now it seems like it's just about the large farms. I personally am not interested in continuing to issue interim permits for the county. If people can't comply with our ordinance, I think there are probably reasons for that. And, there are even relocation provisions and things like that. But if none of that can work out, then maybe that's not the right site. That might be wildly unpopular, with folks who are not going to be able to permit their site under a non-interim permit, but I'm interested in having that conversation. I think since it is on the agenda, that's one that we could tackle today. I would need a lot. I'm honestly not sure about the moratorium topic. Just hearing all of the different perspectives on this, I just don't have as much of a sense of clarity around that. But the interim permits, I'd like to see phased out sooner than later. It looks like, we could set a point in time, according to the staff report, before January 2026, when they just won't be available anymore. And I would like to go down that road today if we can. It seemed like you wanted to agendize this in part to tackle that issue. Is that correct, Supervisor Bushnell?
Well, I wanted, originally, when I spoke with Director Ford about the interim permits, they were going to expire December 31st, hard cutoff. And I anticipated getting bombarded by my constituents, and I wanted to have that I wanted my constituents to know and be well prepared for that. And Director Ford doing some research, and the state wasn't going to expand at all on their provisionals, and so it wasn't an option. It wasn't going to be an option. You didn't have a state. Having a county and not having a state was not going to work anyways. And what he had found was the state was going to expand on their provisionals. So then, discussions with his staff, I think they decided that if you were in good standing with the county and working towards solutions for your site and all of your, you were up to date on your payments and moving forward and getting close to hearing that he and staff decided that they would move forward getting towards compliance of a full term. I think that Director Ford could probably expand on that. Out of those 126, Director Ford, what do you anticipate the length until they get to hearing? Or do you know out of those 126, how many of them are close?
Well, we've been pushing very hard to get these folks to hearing this year. We've got probably about 40 to 60 scheduled. Whether that's doable or not with the recent staff loss that we've experienced, I don't know. But the interim permits that are still there, to be in complete honesty, are more difficult. They're just more difficult sites. They seem to come with more difficult discussions, and they take more time. Some of them also, let me say, we've got a cluster up around the Hoopa Reservation. We call it Supply Creek because literally every parcel around Supply Creek has got an application on it. So we're taking all those together at one time on the 19th of October. So we're going to clear a number of them out, but I mean, we've been trying to also separate out those who are not really aggressively trying to get to completion. And this may be an opportunity to have that discussion with folks about whether or not they really intend to get across the finish line or not. We've always taken a position of trying to help people get there. So we've taken a very, or tried to be helpful posture in terms of getting that done, and have continued to do that. But the ones that are still there have been there for, since 2016.
Well, when I was speaking to you about this a couple weeks ago, are there a certain number that have a large amount of outstanding debt against their permit?
So I was actually pleasantly surprised when I looked at the numbers for interim permits. I think there's only a few like maybe 3 that owe in the neighborhood of $10,000. Overall, they owe about $150,000. We're not doing any work on those until they come current. And then, frankly, one of the discussions that we plan on I don't think we need permission to do this. We don't plan on extending any interim permit where there's not money in the bank to finish the permit.
So the permits that owe $10,000, they have an interim, and they have a state permit, and they don't go through the inspection process. So they're just cultivating, doing.
There has not been a real a firm line for them, and that is something we were wanting to get to with interim permits. It seems like deadlines are helpful to identify that, you know, it's going to stop after this, and so people understand that it's important to get their stuff together and get it into the department if you want to continue to have a permit and continue to cultivate legally.
So do all of the interim permits currently expire on December 31st?
Yes.
Okay, so this gives right now is an opportunity for this board to have a discussion. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, then is Supervisor Arroyo.
Do we have, just a clarifying question, do we have interim permits applications in process currently?
No.
No. Okay. So we just have interim permits seeking to be permanent, or whatever, you know, permits or whatever, right?
Correct. If I could just, not everybody was part of this original discussion, so I'll go back to kind of fill in that part of the mystery, is that when we took in 2,300 applications in 2016, the state was working on starting to issue licenses January 1 of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way we were going to process, we had 1,500 existing cultivators with applications, and there was no way we were going to process 1,500 permits within that year. So in order to allow the existing cultivators to enter into the state legal market, we modified the ordinance and created the interim permit. And basically what that was is we went through and we verified the cultivation area of every single one of those permits, gave them an interim permit for the amount that we verified, and allowed them to continue to cultivate within basically that existing layout that they had. And so some of them have been operating under that ever since.
And through the chair, I mean, we talked about this before in that, is that some, if not many, of these are unpermittable, meaning they just don't have the capacity, either it's geographically or hydrologically or whatever. There may be an impossibility to get to the path to get to permittable. Is that the case, or do you really feel like all of these interim permits have the capacity to become permittable?
A reference to Titlow Hill area, isn't that a problem with the subdivision?
Titlow Hill, there's 40 of those permits that are in Titlow Hill. There's about 33 permits in Supply Creek. So those two locations have over half the interim permits.
Okay.
Titlow Hill, the situation is that parcels were sold illegally and sold largely to cannabis growers and taken back from cannabis growers and resold to cannabis growers. And so there's this history of cannabis growing up there, clear history, but there is no path forward until the lots are legal. And we've been working to get legal lots, but we're stuck right now on figuring out what to do with the roads to make them fire safe. The residents up there are working on it. Supply Creek I mentioned a moment ago. I can't vouch for every single permit and say they're all permittable.
Mm-hmm.
I would say by and large most of them are. The big struggle that many of those permit holders are having right now is that back in 2016 and 17, they were encouraged to move away from surface diversions, which they were using, and dig wells. Now in 21, 22, 23, they're being told, sorry, you need to have a hydrogeologic or a geologist analyze your well to determine that it's not hydrologically connected. And so they've kind of reached this point where now the person that was doing the well analysis isn't doing them anymore. So many of those folks are stuck. And so what we're trying to work with them to do is develop, and because there's not another geologist in Humboldt that's willing to do that analysis. So we're trying to encourage them, work with them to go to rainwater catchment, because that's really, at this point, the only other option for them. So there are some problems there. But I mean, some of them are just not the kind of sites that you would look at and think, oh my God, it's on a 25% slope. It doesn't have a good road. It's got all kinds of problems against it. A lot of them are homesteads where people live and work.
Mm-hmm. And to Supervisor Arroyo's question, which is in the degree of difficulty of moving from interim to, whatever
to an actual permit.
Yeah, to an actual permit. There seems to be some that are going to be more, even if you're saying that there are most are permittable, there is a feasible path to get there. Some are just not doing it, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so I think she's saying is like, is there a, and you can always correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just putting words in my fellow supervisors, but what I'm just trying to interpret what she's asking, because I think it's a valid question, which is like, is there a way that we can gradate those so that we can take those ones that are more difficult and maybe just kind of put them aside? Because again, we talked earlier about our resources, our ability to actually do this work. I mean, whether or not people are even paying for it or not, do we even have the staff capacity to do it? And so I think at some point we need to sort of cut bait on some of this, as painful as it may be, because we may not have the capacity to respond. Does that seem like a reasonable conversation?
It's an absolutely reasonable conversation. And then at that point, I'm interpreting behind the message is that we would not reissue IPs for those, interim permits for those. We wouldn't kick them out of the process. They just wouldn't have an interim permit until they come in and demonstrate that they can comply with the ordinance.
Right, and I think caps and or moratoriums can be a tool to help us get there. Do you think? Or is that?
I think that the cap moratorium discussion helps us to address part of the problem that I think probably people were signing the initiative about. At a very simple level, that does start to address part of that problem. I think the IP problem is a little bit of a different problem, and that really is we need to at some point stop having people just hide in the process and really bring out those folks that want to make progress, want to be permitted, want to be state legal, and enable them to do that, and then identify the folks that may never get a permit, may never have an intent of getting a permit, but will ride this out as long as they're allowed to.
Okay.
All right, we've got Supervisor Arroyo, and it is 4:35, and I want to go to the public next.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. The reason I was asking about it in part is because I was anticipating up until learning, and I apologize for not having followed the Department of Chemist Control's decision around actually continuing to issue provisional license for anything other than these large farms. I was operating under the assumption from conversations that we've had that we were going to be ceasing interim permits at the end of the year, and so was the state, and doing away with the provisional licenses, their version of the interim permit in a way, and that we were all kind of moving on from that. But if we're still grappling with that and we figure out a way to deal with it, whether we phase them out or we I don't know, do something else. Like if we were to move towards phasing them out, and with the decision we made earlier today about, reinstating a 10% Measure S tax and getting people into payment plans, I think the combination of those two things, we could see some attrition or some people being like, you know what, I'm out, and not necessarily continuing to engage in that process. So the reason it influences the conversation about the moratorium or a cap for me is if we start to see some people who had interim permits or who were cultivating and are not anymore, or have decided to just close up shop, if we start to see those folks leave the system because we're taking those actions, then that makes me wonder what the, about the numbers that we're seeing, and want to take another look at the data in like 6 months or so. That I realize that doesn't address the issue of the moratorium and the initiative and how those might interact, but I think just because this topic is new for me, that the state is going to continue to issue these provisional licenses for these small and medium farms, it raises a question that I think is rather timely. We did think we were phasing them out at the end of the year, and now we rather urgently need to tell people if we're not. So that to me is more urgent, I suppose, than the question, although the initiative is certainly urgent as well, but the question of when or how to initiate a moratorium is less urgent in my mind than this question about how we want to handle these. And honestly, from my conversations with you, John, I believe that there were some that you thought may have been some of the folks that were not very environmentally sound, or perhaps not well suited to the landscape. And that's where I think, the initiative has kind of popped up from seeing some folks that, like, neighbors were like, well, that seems like a bad actor. That doesn't seem like that's environmentally sustainable. And that's probably raised people's hackles. So I don't know what the pleasure of the board is here, but I would like to set a date, either set a date where we're gonna say interim permits are no more, or have a really good rationale for not doing that, because up until I saw the staff report, I thought we were going to be done with those at the end of the year, and one less, kind of square peg round hole situation.
Okay, thank you. So did you want to respond?
I do, and I do apologize. I was operating under the assumption that all state provisional licenses were expiring. And in all honesty, before I help write something or put something to paper, I want to make sure it's right. And so I went to the source to find out what they were saying, and was surprised by what I found, because they had not notified us of the change. And that's, yeah.
And I am not faulting you. I just, it's like information that is now timely, given that it's October and we're talking about, people had this assumption that it was December 31st. So thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment and then bring it back to the board for wrap up. So in the Zoom, I have one hand up, and that is 7718. Welcome.
It's late in the day. Down here we call it Tacati o'clock. Anyway, I strongly support going ahead and having ending all of the interim permits on December 31st, as you planned before, with the caveat that if John feels somebody is not had a decent chance to get his permit in 7 years, or there's maybe a mistake that the county's made that precluded them, maybe allowing a few exceptions there. But I think it's time. I mean, 7 years of people not being inspected, not having to do what the other people did. We referred to it as pop blocking because they had this permit. And as has been discussed here, most of them probably are not ever going to be able to be viable. They're just going to play as long as they can do. Public perception is that most of them are in the black market, more than other people are in the black market. And that's part of what's irritating. That's why you have an initiative out there, because the county really hasn't done its job as far as many of us are concerned. I think that's the thing that should be addressed today, as far as that goes. Moratoriums and things like that, that's all interesting. I'm not going to speak for Mark Thurman or Betsy on the initiative, but my perception is that the initiative will improve enforcement of your existing regulations, and that's part of the reason we want that. We want to have on-site, in-person annual inspections. We also want you to enforce the existing codes, which we feel haven't been enforced. I know it's a difficult job, but it hasn't been. We don't want to allow continued diversion of stream water, and we want to have the generators phased out. And those are some of the main things that someone like myself feels should have been done by the county a long time ago. And then you have to have people like Bonnie Blackberry and other people like myself.
Thank you, commenter.
Just so you.
Thank you. And there's one more hand up in Zoom, and that is 9687. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you, Supervisors. Kelly Flotis with Margaret Advisors. I think about this, we've heard retirement, unexpected leave, promotion to a different department. These are just some of the descriptions that we've seen for how projects have been delayed by ongoing turnover in the planning department. And as a side note, we have seen projects that seem to be billed every time a new planner opened the file to learn about the project all over again. Projects have been lost in the process and had to be refound, discovered, and assigned. This is through no fault of the applicant, and despite the planning department's best efforts, these delays require that interims once again be renewed for another year. Until the state provisional licenses are no longer available in 2025, there's no reason to stop the renewal of interim permits. The number of interims continues to fall, but it's not small enough to discard those that have been in this process for 7 years and are now awaiting the final staff report and hearing. This community has been incredibly patient with the trials and tribulations of this permitting process. And we ask that the board and planning department show the same consideration to them as well in renewing interim permits. Now, with regards to moratorium discussions, many farms are following as owners look for potential buyers to take on the challenges they can no longer bear. In some cases, this will require new permits for the purchaser. A moratorium on new permits could dash the hopes of potential sellers and stymie economic investment that is so needed in this community. We ask that if an initiative is presented, that it be in opposition to the restrictions of the current initiative and not in support of it with new restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. And hands are going up in Zoom. So next is 9831, *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. I was struggling with the Zoom calls. My name is Holly Carter. I'm a consultant operating out of the southern Humboldt area, and I work with a number of people who have interim permits at this time, and I will echo what Ms. Flores was just saying about the turnover of staff and or external consultants that had been hired by the planning department. And each time those have been turned over, the lag time for getting people caught up has trapped people in kind of a new series of requests or on paperwork that had been turned in that never got reviewed or put into the permit process, the file, things that are just missing. So one of the consistencies has been consultants. There's been turnover in consultants as well. So something to consider there. I want to specifically request that the interim permits are extended. If someone has both an interim permit that is active and a state license that is active, those are two of the major components that are telling people they are in compliance and working in the legal industry. And I feel sad to hear that people are still having this assumption that there's a desire to just kick things down the road. If someone applied for a project 6 years ago and they're hanging in there, they're hanging in there for a reason. They're not looking to drag things out just to pull one over on you. And I also want to address both Ms. Arroyo, she had a concern that, okay, thank you, that things had not been notified. This is statute, not DCC regulations that changed over a year ago. So that notification was through legislature. And Mr. Wilson, I want to let you, ask if the county's capacity determines what people are allowed to do for a livelihood. I feel like that's a backwards thing, and I'm hearing some desire for attrition in this industry by your board and by your staff right now, and that concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 1180, 1180. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what everybody else is saying about staffing issues causing delays with pushing permits forward. I know personally that I have been, stuck in the process of, we're just about to go to hearing for almost a year, and I'm having a lot of trouble reaching the planner and finding some unresponsiveness there. And although I understand, staff turnover and everything, these people losing their permits in 3 months because we're in this process of a staff report for the last year is, it's kind of unfair for those people. And I wanted to point out that every single person that does have a state license is subject to a state inspection. It might not happen every year, but those farms are getting inspected. So it's not as if they're operating without any kind of oversight whatsoever. I actually had a question. I was wondering, of the under 2,000 square foot permits that have been turned in, how many of those have crossed over the finish line, and how many of those have been pushed into a special permit process where they're now sitting in that same interim permit process? Thank you very much for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next we have 1703. *6 to unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. With regards to the county permit process, I reiterate what my colleagues have said. It has been arduous as a consultant to get the attention and keep the attention of the project managers working on staff report. We've had to reset so many times. It's been frustrating. We have about 16 of the 126 pending. Half of those have come to us only this year from other consultants who have closed their doors, leaving them in a mess. We have about 6 folks that are long-term clients that had a moratorium because they had a well, could not get a hydrologist. We've been knocking on the door consistently, monthly, if not weekly, to get these folks looked at. So please consider this. The second thing, with regards to the moratorium, a decision point on the staff report is to allow for existing farms to expand to the limit allowed by the current ordinance or no expansion. I urge you to let our current farmers that have their permits, do not restrict them anymore. You're messing already with the reinstated tax revenue base. Let them grow to the best of their abilities, and let them not be restricted to an arbitrary 10% nursery space, which is not even listed in our Humboldt ordinance. So if you want to support this agricultural industry so that they can provide a tax base, do not place further restrictions on their growth and allow them enough nursery space and R&D space to be competitive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all the hands that we have in Zoom, so we'll go to those here in the audience. If you'd like to come forward and speak on this item, welcome. You've got 2 minutes.
I really appreciate this opportunity to talk. Gordon Clatworthy, candidate for 1st District Supervisor. Supervisor Wilson, I loved your idea of just a farmer's market that's just, oh, was that Madrone? No, that was yours? Oh. I love the farmer's market idea. I think that'd be great if our growers could sell directly to consumers. It would definitely make the farmers markets here a lot more fun. But yeah, I'd have to agree. Don't do anything to ruin this for all these farmers out there. And permits, are permits only individually owned, or can groups can a individual purchase more than one permit? Is that a?
After we're done, we'll get answers for you.
Yeah, because if somebody can own more than one permit, then why limit the permits? All right, that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else with comments on this item? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. To speak on the moratorium issue specifically, yesterday the HCGA Policy Committee voted to support giving voters a choice on the topic of restricting new large-scale cultivation. The HCRI, aka Measure A, has been erroneously characterized as the large-scale cannabis restriction initiative, when in fact the real consequences of Measure A are a host of new regulations, prohibitions on all existing farms of every size. We do not support closing the door on accepting applications for smaller and medium size, as defined by the state, cultivation. We should continue to provide a pathway forward for legal cultivation to enter the market. If we are going to do a moratorium, keep it simple, one page. Voter initiatives and referendums ought to be a single page or less. If we are going to make amendments to the ordinance, that is through a legislative process that would be best done next year after March. There are things that we want, there's things that you want. Let's do that through a legislative process, not through an ordinance process. So keep it simple, one page. And finally, if it is going to be a moratorium, do set a time cap on that. With the ability for our future supervisors, you can put additional restrictions on it. Say something like 4/5 vote or something like that. There's nothing about cannabis that should be set in stone. This is an evolving industry. We are coming through legalization. We are coming through descheduling, rescheduling, whatever's happening on the federal level. We need flexibility. That is imperative. Do not lock cannabis in a box. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more commenter. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Ross Gordon, also with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Just wanted to pick up on a few additional points. In terms of this interim permit conversation, I've been sort of surprised at the direction and feel that it might be possible to make it simpler, which is to say, is the application permittable? Is the applicant moving forward in good faith? Does the applicant just need a little more time to get through the process for some reason, or is there not an attempt to move forward in good faith? And if people are moving forward in good faith, and if it's permittable and they're eligible for a state permit, they should be allowed to move forward. They put 6 years of effort into this. A lot of things are outside permittees' controls. They're in the county's control. Those people should be able to move forward. I'm a little concerned about parts of this conversation that I feel are treating people as a statistic, that 126 is just a number. Those are real people, and many of those real people have permittable properties that they're working forward in good faith, and if they're doing that, should be allowed to continue to move forward. As far as the moratorium goes, again, as Natalie just mentioned, again, would really just encourage that you make it simple. The question that the proponents have raised, I think, that the people signed this ballot initiative based on is, how do you feel about large-scale cannabis cultivation in Humboldt County? That is a question which can be addressed in a one-page initiative, and we've surveyed our members, and 80% of our members are supportive of some form of moratorium on new cultivation in the county, and generally speaking, in terms of a moratorium on larger-scale cultivation.
30 seconds.
Let's bring that to the voters and let the voters decide whether they want 38 pages of exhaustive restrictions or whether they want to restrict new large-scale cultivation, which is the thing that we keep talking about. I think it's really very simple and straightforward, and would agree with Natalie. If we want to discuss other changes to some of these more complicated issues, hydrological connectivity, incredibly complicated, incredibly scientific, how many people even understand it? Let's do that through an ordinance process if these are the types of questions we want to talk about, not through an initiative process. Thank you.
Well, I nailed it. 2 minutes. Thanks, Ross. Okay, that's all of our public comments, so we're going to bring it back here to the board. You know, I was just doing a little bit of math here, and $17 million in debt for our budget. We got $14 million in back taxes and $2 million in back fees. Oh, that's $16 million. Imagine that. What if that all came in by June 30th of 2024? We'd balance our budget. But that's a whole other matter, and it's not on the agenda. So that's my commentary as a chair. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I really appreciate the public comment. It's really what I was looking for with this item, is to see where the public was, given the amount of signatures that came in with the initiative. And with the interim permit discussion, like I said earlier, my thought process with that was that the state was expiring their permits, and so I really was wanting to just inform the public. I do really think the direction that Director Ford came with this item is where I feel very positive about, is that the state is extending and allowing our cultivators to extend as long as they're in good standing is where I feel is fine. And allowing his staff to bring those interim permit holders into compliance along with the state is where I feel I'm fine with, as long as they're, have paid are good standing with their payments and are moving forward. I feel positive about that. I think I don't want to micromanage that process, and feel that he and his staff know who's going to get there and who's not going to get there. So as far as the moratorium discussion, I do think that as the public comment said, I don't know what the time frame is to get something on the ballot if we were to do that, and I don't know what this board how this board feels. I do agree that a one-page, like Supervisor Wilson said, something simple, and I do believe it does revolve around a cap size. I do think that's where people really have expressed their sensitivity, is cap size. So those are my thoughts around the discussion, and anyways, I'm happy to hear what my board has to say.
Great, appreciate that, and recognizing the late hour. But maybe we'll get to an action, or maybe we'll just consider it a good discussion with some direction to come back. I think we already have a number of directions today about things we'd like to have you come back with. There was a question about the 2,000 square foot. Were those all being processed or sent into a more intense permitting process?
No, and Supervisor Madrone, you know well the repercussions of that provisional provision is that we have 30 days to turn those around, and so we have turned them around. They've all been approved.
That's what I thought. None of them have gone to a more intense process.
Right.
That's very good. I mean, in the long run, I think it was said here by a number of people, Supervisor Bushnell and others, if it's permittable, if they're operating in good faith, if they're eligible for permits, and I would add if they're current on their fees and current on their taxes, keep them in the system, let's move forward. But it's not that simple, I know, but I really want to reward the good behavior of those that have been able to accomplish that or have that intention to accomplish that. I think we need to reward that. And right now, with no deadlines on taxes or fees or a number of other things, it's really allowed people not to get current with all that stuff, frankly. So Supervisor Arroyo, and then Wilson.
Thank you. And I want to clarify that I am not inherently hoping for attrition. I am anticipating that there may have been some attrition during this period where, we haven't necessarily had the capacity to engage with every single farmer, and we also haven't been, collecting taxes. And so it's like an opportunity to touch base with everybody again, and we may find that there has been some. So that was my point in saying that the moratorium may not, may not be as relevant. But that said, I definitely am okay with extending this interim / provisional pairing that's going on. I just, there's been a lot of resources, the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program and other programs from the state that have been poured into trying to help people move from these provisional licenses to non-provisional licenses. And, it seems like the timing, some of it is just a capacity issue, where people just aren't moving from one to the other. But I think one of our commenters said, or maybe it was one of the board said, if there are people who can get non-interim or non-provisional licenses and aren't doing that, then that's one thing. But people that cannot get one, I'd like to find a way to, let them know, like, this is sunsetting, and we're not going to be able to permit your project. So I don't know, John, what your capacity is to touch base with people if we continue to kind of kick this on till January 2026, pairing it with the state process. What our capacity is to touch base with these folks and see if they're not already in the application process for a non-interim permit, if they what they plan to do and kind of let them know that this is coming to an end. What are your thoughts around that technical assistance piece?
So it is the time of year when normally we start to make decisions on that. And we do certainly have capacity to look at the 126 permits, to triage them, identify whether or not they're really ready to move forward, whether or not they owe money, and notify people if they're not, if they haven't submitted the required information, if they're not current in their fees by the end of the year, that they won't be extended, but others who are ready to move forward, have submitted all their information, and are diligently working towards getting a permit. Certainly those can be extended. I think we've continued to try to work with Titlow Hill and keep them engaged. And I would offer and suggest that for those folks, we will give them another pass because we really have not started spending a lot of resources on that, because all of our resources really have been focused on trying to get to lot legality. And maybe that's a policy decision that I should rethink, or the board could help me rethink. But I do struggle for them because they're in a very difficult place. But most other people have control of their own destiny, and we can work with them to chart a path forward.
Okay. You good? Supervisor Wilson?
I agree with that. I do think that, Titlow Hill and other places, I mean, the struggle is really with themselves in terms of, like, if they actually all got together and, were able to pool their resources and agree on a path, I think that would be a lot easier for them. Having to have some sort of motivation to corral those situations is a little bit difficult, I think, and so I'm hoping that the best that they were able to do that. With relationship to attrition, it's not about attrition of sort of cannabis in essence. It's attrition of the impacts that I think we're trying to deal with. So it's like, and if that means caps related to either numbers or size of certain methodologies, for instance, capping outdoor grows at a certain size, capping mixed light at a certain size, capping indoor at a certain size. I think there's a bit of a matrix one could look at to try and hone that in. Again, we're trying to address what I think it's like. We've heard from industry folks today, and the agricultural community, or the cannabis agricultural community, and I think we as supervisors hear from others that are not within that community who have certain ideas and perceptions with relationship to this. So I want to make sure that we're dealing with that. I think it's I think from my perspective, I think attrition away from 1.0 towards 2.0, right? How do we move in terms of lessening under the assumption that 2.0 lessens impacts, right? That's the assumption. So attrition moving away from generators, right, to renewable sources. I think that is something that there's great interest in, and we didn't talk about today the large $18 million granting program that we are administering to do just that. And so there are resources to help with that, certainly, and there will be more, I assume. And attrition with relationship to the identified watersheds that we have, the impacted watersheds, and I think putting sort of like a stop space in terms of like making sure that the existing operations that are doing some kind of assessment that the operations within these impacted watersheds, identified impacted watersheds, is where it needs to be before we do any more permits within impacted watersheds. I think those are kind of for me, that's like a list of sort of things. I don't know what to do about the light situation. I'm just telling you, every time I drive, I'm coming back from the Bay Area or my parents' house at night, back home, I just see them. And I'm not driving on Highway 101, right? Or sometimes I see them when I'm on 299 at night. If I can see them from the highway, they're there, right? It's not the moon, it's not a stray floodlight. Like these are, you can see the sort of like, it looks like a caterpillar glow on the, and we really need to address that somehow. I don't know if this is the mechanism to do it necessarily, but it's got to be done. I think part of it is limiting mixed light altogether. I want to also say that I hear what people are talking about with relationship to, we want to keep people in a legal market. I'm often talking to my constituents about, I don't want to push people into the illegal market. There are people who are already we hear about it. It's at least very straightforward. There's a lot of folks that are growing under legal cannabis permits who are selling into the illegal market. I'm just saying this only because this is what I hear, right? I'm not saying it because I witnessed somebody do it, but I hear it enough to make me believe that there's probably some amount of truth to that, and we want to reduce that as much as possible, because what we don't want to have is push people entirely into a legal market where we were before, and then it becomes unregulated to a great degree. So I wouldn't mind something to come back to us that kind of seeks to do all those things in a very simple way, so that we can give either the board or the voters a choice of something that's straightforward that can address these things, that we can have some transparent dialogue here about what's actually in what we discuss and put forward, as opposed to what I feel like right now, there wasn't a community dialogue around what's being proposed currently. That was done by some folks who put together, albeit they did it to the best of what they think that was their abilities and understanding. It just wasn't publicly transparent, and I have an issue with that. So I don't know where that gets us with relationship to our. I'm talking about the initiative process.
Measure A.
Yeah. So I don't know where that gets us in terms of like what you think your direction is, and I'll let maybe the chair sort of try to distill what that is, because that's, I'm going to say, his position today.
So if I'm correct, Director Ford, you've heard some good dialogue at the board in regards to issues, concerns, and thoughts about the moratorium, caps, and all these other elements. Earlier today, we also heard a lot about, back taxes, back fees, and things like that. So is it accurate to say that you've got some good direction right there with it to be able to come back with some concrete steps for each of those items? I'm not sure we're ready to pass a motion at this point for anything other than that. Does that seem reasonable to everybody, given this late hour, that we've given that input? And do you feel like you've gotten what you need to be able to come back to us?
I can definitely take away what I've heard today. I've taken pretty thorough notes, and I believe we can come back with some options for the board's consideration. Keeping it, the theme I hear clearly is simple.
Yeah, fees, taxes, permits.
Yep.
And keeping the industry solid. I mean, we're trying to make sure we're rewarding those that really want to be in the industry and are showing that through their actions and stuff. So any final thoughts? Supervisor?
Yeah, I heard attrition a couple times, and I think you have to remember back in 2015-16, it was estimated by our sheriff that we had anywhere between 13 and 16,000 active grows. He is saying less than 2,500 now. That includes permitted and illegal. So if you're worried about, we've had an 80% attrition in 8 years. So if you're worried about putting them in the black market, then make the opportunity there for them to at least make a living. And by taxing them and taxing them and taxing them and doing everything we're doing. You got to remember, there's only 393 acres in all of Humboldt County. And a majority, 65%, 68%, are in southern Humboldt. So I think, you know, I keep hearing all this, and we need to do something about the lights. You're exactly right, and it's written in there. You can't have that. Make a phone call. Just pull it up on your phone and make a phone call. You come here and you say, when I drive back, I see all these lights. Take a GPS of where you are and say, hey, this thing's on at night, and they'll enforce it. I know, because I've done it, because I've had people complain. But I'm just saying, we're sitting up here talking about reinventing the wheel because I want to make it sound like I'm really going after it and everything else. And we've spent 8 years going after it. We have spent 8 years of it, and we've chased a lot of people out of the market. We've chased a lot of bad people out of the market. But like Supervisor Madrone said, there are good people that want to make money out there, and we need to work with them in any way we can. No different than we would with a logging company or a dairy or anything like that. So, but we want to put, you know, more regulations. You know, and one thing we hear is we're over-regulated, but that's California. That's what we get the joy of living here. So I'm just, if we want to talk attrition and getting it down to a workable number, we're almost at a workable number. So, yeah, I think he's got plenty of stuff to work on. I just don't know what you're going to take with all that and make it into a gumbo.
I think there was some pretty clear direction. At any rate, let's try and wrap it up. And we're kind of going back over old ground again and stuff. And so, Supervisor Bushnell, final thoughts.
Ooh, thank you. I think maybe there needs to be a motion to accept the report from Director Ford, and I'm happy to do so. The one thing that I would like to add is something that Supervisor Wilson hit on, and Director Ford, that would be if we could maybe move forward on getting some reports in the impacted watersheds going. I think we've been needing that for quite some time. And I think that would be very productive for Humboldt County in general. And so I'll make a motion that we accept the report with direction to come back, say in 60 days?
Yes.
In 60 days with an update and see what we get from there. And I really do want to thank the board and the public commenters. I really think that, you know, we had some really good data that came in, and the only thing about the 60 days is that if we were going to put something on the ballot, it might need to be before then.
I plan on making it before then.
Okay. So if that's where our board wants to go, it definitely would need to be before then. Yeah, I don't know. So
Okay, so I will second that motion
Okay.
for brevity. And let's go ahead and, I don't know that any of us, yeah, let's do a roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. We'll start with you, Chair Madrone.
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Affirmative.
Supervisor Bohn? And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yep.
Thank you, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, everybody, and we are adjourned.